We're going to call to order this evening's Board of Selectmen for Town of Woodbridge regular meeting scheduled on this Wednesday, June 11th, 5:01. First order of business will be the first Selectmen's remarks. Let me start out by saying a couple of things. First of all, just Memorial Day kicked off the official start of our summer here. We celebrated it with a Memorial Day event that we had in front of the center building there. Former Captain Barry Josephs is usually hosts it for us. It was a very successful event, very well attended, and it's just a great way for us to start off the summer season here in town. Heard some interesting things about the Revolutionary War Battle of New Haven, where Woodbridge residents had played a part in. So very cool, very cool thing. Also, another event that was extraordinarily successful was we celebrated the day that the world also recognized the Woodbridge zip code on June 5th, 2025, 06525, through the extraordinary efforts of Allison Valsamis and a team of interns from our Amity High School. It was just a tremendous event. Very well attended, and just extraordinary in the sense that it also incorporated and brought into our community, as far as an event is concerned, our local businesses which did promotions and things of that nature. And what was really amazing about it is that I was consistently asked, okay, so how are we going to make this happen next year, because it doesn't happen again next year. But we'll figure something out along those lines. A couple of things that are upcoming along events is we have our business district connectivity. This is the grant that we received from the DOT, from the Department of Transportation. It's an $8 million grant for connectivity improvements and aesthetic improvements down in our business district. There's a session, an information session that we'll have there at the Crest dealership on Monday, June 16th. 6 o'clock, I believe, Allison? 6:30. Okay, but that's open to the public, as well as really what we're looking to do is to try to get as many of our local businesses down there to understand what it is that's happening and what it is that we're doing. And this will be, we're about 30% through the engineering and design portion of this. So that's what the step at which we do an informational session. We're also planning to have a community dialogue on housing on the 26th of June at the Center Cafe at our center building. And it's just an open dialogue for us to have a back and forth. A lot of times we get into meetings and the public has questions or the public has comments, and we're not necessarily in the best position to offer it. And this will just be a conversation with somebody who's something of a housing expert. David Fink will also be presenting there. That is 6:30 on the 26th. At the Center Cafe. Some projects that are also going on right now is our sidewalk project will start once the high school is out of session, so we start on Monday. We start with our sidewalk project here in the center of town. We wanted to wait until, we specifically waited until after the school session because there will be construction on the road itself, so there will be some traffic concerns, and we didn't want to do that while the buses were in session. So we started on Monday. And I also wanted to mention that the solar at the transfer station was approved at a town meeting by a vote of our residents. So we will be putting solar on the landfill at our transfer station. And finally, a draft for our plan of conservation and development is expected to come to the Board of Selectmen in early July sometime. We will be planning a public session for that once we do receive it, so just from a scheduling standpoint. And I have already inquired as far as there's some legislation that just came out of our recent legislation session that may need to be incorporated in there, so I'm sure they'll be looking at that as well. So with that, I also wanted to take some time before we got our meeting to recognize some very important things that are happening here. We have retirements for our police chief, Frank Capiello, who has been here with the town for 45 years. And as well as Janice, who has been working in the police department. Janice over 25 years at this point in time, correct? and also Craig in our dispatch center, Craig Arpino in our dispatch center. So what we'd like to do is just, one, make sure that everyone understood that these happy occasions for them, not necessarily the same for us, but that we feel very good about, very happy for you. And we wanted to extend just an expression of that in the form of our some citations. So if you'd be kind enough to just get up, I'd like to present a couple of citations, some citations to you folks. Come on up here. I think the camera works better. Tell me, Matt, where's the best place for us to stand?
Right by projectors.
Yes, please. Go around the door. Janice, I'm big on ladies first, so we're going to start.
Thank you so much.
Janice Inezi, for more than 2 decades, you have been the backbone of the Woodbridge Police Department, supporting its operations with dedication, diligence, and professionalism. Your dedication and commitment to excellence have ensured that department runs smoothly and efficiently. You've helped make the department a better place, not just through your hard work, but through your kindness and the relationship you've built with everyone around you. We extend our heartfelt thanks for your years of service and wish you all the best in your retirement. Janice, I've had the great pleasure of working with you for a few years. A little time I spent at the police commission in here. You are a special person. Thank you very much. Craig, I certainly didn't get to know you as well as some of the other folks I've been working with, but for over 2 decades, your role as dispatcher has been crucial to the department's operations. Your consistent performance in managing communications and supporting officers in the field have contributed to the safety and efficiency of our entire community. We commend your years of service and wish you all the best in your retirement.
Thank you
Great.
very much.
Thank you very much. And Chief Frank Cappiello, 45 years of exceptional dedication and service to the Woodbridge Police Department and to our community. For over 4 decades, you have consistently demonstrated an unparalleled commitment to law enforcement, public safety, and community service. Your leadership has shaped the department's success and fostered a culture of integrity and respect. Through your guidance, the Woodbridge Police Department has grown in strength, professionalism, and trust within our community, and your contributions will be remembered for years to come. As you begin your well-deserved retirement, know that your impact will be remembered, and thank you for your service, your leadership, and the many lives you have touched along the way. Chief, I can tell you thank you all. It's
one picture of all 3.
Yeah.
will this work over here?
Yes, fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great town, great people. We're very fortunate. So next on our agenda, we have the Woodbridge School District, and we will be saying hello to and goodbye to Vonda and another hello. So, yes, please.
A report and goodbye. I was just going to say goodbye when our new person was coming. I didn't want to look like a slacker. So I'll give you a report. Good evening, and again, it is a pleasure to be here. I appreciate this partnership, and I have the entire time I've been here. We have 876 children enrolled as of June 1st, so that's about maybe 15 more than we started with at the beginning of the year. It does fluctuate. June is the month where everything comes to a culmination, all those celebrations occur. I've been in so many classrooms observing joy, growth, and pride. Families are welcomed into our building often throughout the year, but at this time of the year, they crowd into our building to witness the growth and achievement of our learners. Friday marks our grade 6 step-up ceremony, where we expect families and even some community dignitaries here to help commemorate the years of hard work, fun, and opportunities enjoyed by a special group of sixth graders who are more than ready to head to Amity Middle School, Bethany. Building and grounds, again, I'll just touch on these because I know that, Lynn may touch on some of this and Maria certainly has more info, but our site work regarding the drainage remediation is almost done. I say almost because there's just a few little railings and things that they need to come back in that were ordered, that they need to come back in, and those railings go out on some walkways that are pitched a little bit. So I know that last month I sent you the before and after pictures that were both taken in the rain. I think that is what Mrs. Piazzik is going to share and address with you tonight. And again, I just repeat that your ongoing financial support of these projects really shows a commitment in this town to education and facilities. The BUBIC, the Space Needs Committee, continues to meet. We meet again tomorrow. We meet every 2 weeks. You are welcome to listen or join. Public comment is always welcome. Last meeting, we requested that all 4 of their main proposals would be priced out. So I don't have any advanced peak information, so we're hoping that perhaps that will be the case at our meeting tomorrow. And so we await that information. So I just want to share my gratitude. My retirement is approaching at the end of June, 37 years of my career. I never dreamed that I would have the opportunities that I have been afforded. I was a teacher for over 20 years, and I thought those were the best years of my life. And I continued up a trajectory, and I ended here, and it's very difficult to leave. I'm leaving healthy. I'm leaving, capable. I'm leaving for some family obligations that I need to take care of, not because I really had planned on it, but I learned how special this community is, and here in Woodbridge, we are rich. We are rich in opportunities to learn and grow and collaborate together. We have an abundance of creativity, of passion, of dedication, diversity, and kindness. And I remain grateful for this abundance and these riches and for the opportunity to represent you. So I simply end with a quote attributed to Winnie the Pooh, which is, "How lucky am I to have something that makes saying goodbye so hard." And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lynn Piazzik to welcome our new superintendent. I assure you that Mr. Montini and I have already started some collaboration sessions. We have more time on the calendar. It will absolutely ensure a critical transition that is smooth, but he doesn't really need it. He's ready, he's capable, he's kind and loving, and beyond excited to join this community. So you're very lucky. You got a winner. So please accept my gratitude for the opportunity to be here with you. I've appreciated your individual support. As I look at each one of you, you've all supported me in ways that you might realize or not realize, and it's appreciated. So thank you.
Wanda, thank you very much for your partnership. You have truly been a pleasure to work with.
Thank you.
And I think the school and the town have benefited from your time with us. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Stand like that. I'm just going to come and sit with her because she's my partner.
We are partners.
We are partners. Lynn Piazzik, Chair, Board of Ed. Just sit here. This evening, I'm happy to be here. This evening, Vonda sits before you, the Board of Selectmen, and the greater viewing community for the last time as the superintendent of the Woodbridge School District. Now we get choked up. And so I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge her and to thank her on behalf of the Woodbridge community for the many contributions she has made during her tenure. The school district, for background, had weathered a mighty storm beginning in 2020 when the pandemic brought unforeseen challenges as the school closed and education shifted to virtual platforms. In 2021, we brought our students back into the building, striving to establish community in a socially distant setting. Through 2022, our district experienced many changes and many challenges, but then a ray of hope appeared. In December of 2022, Vonda Tenza joined the Beecher team. She promoted a positive culture. She provided stability. She guided opportunities for staff growth, and she set a course of instructional enhancement for the district. She collaboratively worked with the Board of Education and with all of you, our town leaders. Most importantly, Vonda never lost sight of why we do what we do. It's all about the kids. Vonda never forgot that. So I wanted to thank you, Vonda, for your leadership, for your guidance, for your support. Thank you on behalf of the entire Woodbridge School District and the entire town. We will miss you, but we are very happy that you're going to do great things in your retirement.
Thank you. I had no idea. I'm so grateful. I am grateful, I am humbled, and I am honored to turn this over.
Okay, so you can come and take over the swivel chair.
Ceremonial.
So now, once again, it's time to turn a page. A new chapter in Beecher's history is about to start. When Vonda announced her intention to retire on February 24th, the Board of Education promptly started the process of finding her replacement with the assistance of a very well-respected firm, New England School Development Council. 39 applications were reviewed by board members. Then selected candidates were interviewed, and 2 finalists returned for a performance task and a last round interview. Throughout the process, one candidate, Mr. Christopher Montini, rose to the top and emerged as an excellent fit for the Woodbridge School District. The depth and breadth of Mr. Montini's work in the field of education is impressive. His journey as an educator demonstrates a path of continuous growth and loyalty to the district where he has worked. He has risen through the ranks in the Naugatuck Public School District as an elementary classroom teacher, as an assistant principal, as a principal, and assistant superintendent. And since 2020, Chris has served as the district's superintendent of schools, where he is very well respected for his professionalism and his strong work ethic. So it's my pleasure this evening to introduce to the Board of Selectmen and the greater community who watch, Mr. Christopher Montini, our new superintendent.
Thank you. Throughout this process, it became very clear, and I said this upon my appointment by the Board of Education, it is remarkable what an engaged, close-knit, family-oriented community Woodbridge is. In my interview, they asked, why Woodbridge? Why Woodbridge School District? And perhaps one of the easiest interview questions that I'd ever had to answer, because it sells itself as an exemplary school district in terms of high performing. But beyond that, and I mean this even in our interaction and the dynamic that I witnessed today, I had said something to the effect of every opportunity that I've had to engage with a member from this remarkable community, I get more and more excited. I just had an opportunity today to meet and greet the faculty and staff who, one, are a close-knit community that puts student first. That's very clear. Two, how lucky and fortunate am I to bear witness a community that values its employees. The outgoing chief stays for 45 years. That's deep commitment and a true sense of belonging. And elected officials that value their employees. Well, that's just another layer that makes me more excited to be a part of what is, I believe, to be a remarkable community. I look forward to forging strong relationships with each and every one of you and other community partners, so that we can further the most important work, which is to serve the students and families of this amazing community. I will do that hand in hand with you, and I look forward to doing that. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity, for the collaboration from Vonda, who's been amazing. I realize that I have big shoes to fill, and I will work tirelessly to fill those shoes. So. Okay, a little smaller than my shoes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. It's great to meet you. Thank you for
Nice to meet
taking the time out and introducing yourself to us. We all look forward to working with you. Every month we have a little dialogue, like I'm sure you've been told, and once a month we also meet collectively as an admin group, and looking forward to really forging the type of relationship we've had and keeping that tie between the school system and the town as positive and as progressive as we possibly can. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you, thank you. I was just going to say, anybody who's here who was there from before, please understand our meetings go just a little over an hour, so if you wanted to go, it's a good time to do it now.
Over an hour is like
Just a little, just a little.
downplaying.
Oh, it is, it's true, it's true.
Literally, yes.
Mika, is there a plan for the chief's replacement or?
And then Maria, do you need the projector now?
Yeah, we can cue it up. Yeah.
As part of the, before we get off the topic, the entire topic, as far as the school system is concerned, Maria was going to give us a brief update as far as the Beecher's feasibility study that's going on right now.
Sure.
You were ready for that, right?
Yes. Yes, I just want to make sure we get back to Andrea's question as well. Yes, I just wanted to provide a brief update, and Vonda in her report gave us some information. Our roof project, our site work project is completed. And I also wanted to say the chair of our committee, Jeff Hughes, was unable to be here this evening, but he has been working a lot to keep this project moving forward, and he's been doing an exceptional job, both on the Board of Ed, on the Facilities Committee, and with us on the Building Committee. So I thank him for that. We wanted to give you a little visual that our Director of Facilities put together, Mr. Vito Asparo, and he put together some before and afters, and he was actually very specific to try to get the same weather conditions in both the before and the after pictures to show the improvements in the site work and the drainage.
It's impressive.
Yeah, it really is. As sort of an added bonus, we've gained some site view from a security standpoint as well as the mitigation of the drainage issues that we were having before. And we can, should I go to the projector to cycle through them? I think there's 2 more pages. If you'll notice, there's a little more grass area here, and then we've also repaved some of the asphalt sections in the back.
Just for reference, can I jump in?
Yeah, absolutely.
The top picture is the walkway along the kindergarten wing. To the left would be the kindergarten playground, to the right would be the classrooms. So before and after. And then the bottom picture is the walkway through that kindergarten playground area to the doors which are closest to the cafeteria. And you'll see that we added a grass area for the kids to play in on the left side rather than mud.
Kids like to play in mud, don't they?
This one, the top picture is of a walkway that was just to the right of the north entrance. The part of the building you see on the left is where the north office is, and that walkway headed toward the A wing. There were roots growing through the asphalt. The walkway was dangerous at best. So they have eliminated that walkway and moved the walkway down closer to the end of the A wing. so that the trees could remain. Widened it a bit. The bottom is, oh, sorry, that bottom picture is the A wing. To the left, classrooms. To the right would be the parking lot and driveway area. So you can see they added stone in to take away vegetation from the building and to help with drainage.
And this last set, I think that's behind, and this is the corner leading
The
back
bottom
behind to the
picture is
fields.
The end of the A wing,
Yep.
right.
Can I ask a question? So there had been like kind of a rain garden there, you see it in the bottom left picture. Is it gonna regrow as a rain garden, or now it's just like riprap and drainage?
I don't believe that was handling the drainage issues.
Yeah, it was designed to do that, but not quite. I
Right.
see. Thank you.
Some of the vegetation they added to didn't survive our wildlife.
Ah.
This is the south building. You can see how the water was
Pooling, really.
Right up
Yeah.
right up against the
It was
building, and
coming
it was
into
in,
the building.
yeah, there was water incursion in the building there. So two different views of that south school area. The rotunda to the right. And this is behind the south school, the access road for emergency vehicles. And they've added curbing to help with the water flowing correctly, and some drainage, I believe, right? Thank you.
Is that traditional pavement or asphalt for all the blacktop sidewalks we've seen, or does it allow water to penetrate?
Do you know that answer? Because I don't.
I believe it was all traditional
Okay.
blacktop.
Thank you.
And now that you have curbs, it's all gonna go down into
Yes.
drainage
To the
systems?
drainage area, right.
So there, and right, then there are actually drainage kind of, I don't call them ponding issues, but systems built along that way that'll collect it.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the south, behind the south gym.
Yeah, again, lots of pooling in the befores.
Lots of water there.
Is that the volleyball sand?
Incursion into the building.
And next to that too were the basketball courts.
Yep.
Yeah, there had been a sand volleyball.
This, Sheila, is like the kickball area.
Yeah.
This is this C and D wing. To the left is the C wing where the second grade and multi-age area is. You can see how the water was pooling there. This is the north drop-off area.
That sidewalk was so crumpled, we've had injuries on the end of that where people are walking off the edge of that. So it's nice to have that fixed.
Is that a big speed bump now where the walkway is?
And that's the, again, the north bus drop-off area.
Some other views. We just thought it was important. He, put this great presentation together that really illustrates, the work that was done and the improvements to the campus that was made. And we thought it was helpful for everyone to see where all that work and resources went to improving.
Thank you.
So, and thank you to Mr. Esparro for putting this together and being very detailed in that because he's does an amazing job for us over at the school.
Yeah,
Yep.
wonderful.
And briefly to conclude, as Vonda mentioned, we're meeting tomorrow, we're going to talk about, the committee is sending 4 options to cost estimation in preparation for bringing them here to the tri-board meeting. So we're going to try to get some dates so that we could bring them to the Board of Selectmen and get that scheduled. We intentionally postponed our timeline to get those extra enrollment studies. And we've also been in contact with Representative Wielander's office, who's been incredibly helpful. And we were looking for some special legislation regarding moving our the date that our application would be due to a grant office, and also a waiver of our space standards. Because the building also has 16 different levels, and a lot, on paper, we look like we're a huge school, but really a lot of the square footage is taken up in connecting hallways and ramp systems. So we have a commitment from Mary's office and from the state to waive those space standards, which is huge for our reimbursement. So it's been a very great conversation, and we're appreciative for them working with us. So thank you.
Thank you. It is very helpful to see exactly when these projects are done, to see exactly what the impact is. So please thank Vito for us in terms of putting that together. Appreciate it. Anything else?
I just have questions about the police
Yes.
retirements.
In regards, as far as the police commission has charge of the process and their intent is to go out and collect some interest, to see who's interested, collect resumes, do interviews, and try to get this taken care of. They hope that they can accomplish that before the end of this month, so that we wouldn't have to name an interim. But if we do need to name an interim, we will name an interim. We'll have Deputy Chief Ron Smith act as interim if it's necessary.
Okay. And retirement's effective as of?
June 30th.
Okay, thank you.
All of their retirements are effective as of June 30th.
Okay, thank you.
So, additional questions? All right, we are to our next. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is our Conservation Commission. And representing the commission, I do see the 2 co-chairs, Sharon DeCat and Diana.
Hello.
We appreciate the chance to come before you and give you some ideas. Give you an idea of what we've been doing, and also share some of our thoughts and concerns. And your time is valuable, so we'll try to be succinct.
Do you want to start with the signs and the progress with D?
Sure. So the fun thing is that our trail grant is coming to fruition slowly but surely, thanks to Tony's help and thoughtfulness and guidance. So we have 15 places, 14 are completed, of where signs are going to be that indicate, do people know about this trail grant in general? So for the town, there's going to be different historic sites that are being recognized, and also Sheila's help, that will be in different places that are near where those sites are. Some are going to be closer and some are going to be further. This is an example of one of the signs, and it's going to have a QR code that's going to hook up to what the Historic Society and some other contributors have written about these different sites. There's going to be one as close as the town center, there's going to be one at the South School, there's going to be one at Massaro Farm, and then there's going to be one at the charcoal mounds and the cement kilns and Hatchet Hill, and it has some pictures with it, and eventually it may have some lesson plans for kids to actually do some educational stuff. And this picture isn't very good, but it's of the idea of the plaque, and it's actually going to be upright. So it's going to be more like this, and it's going to be on a tilt, and it's going to be about 4 feet tall, and it's going to be placed in the ground about 2 feet, and a cedar, and we've worked out with Adam Parsons and different people how to make it as well preserved as possible. And I just want to thank the Land Trust, who's been very involved in it. The Parks has been a little involved in it. Sheila McCreven's husband has been great at creating some of the graphics. Tony's been helpful. The Public Works has been helpful. Of course, the Historic Society and all of us. And it's been a really nice collaborative effort. And we're gonna do something to promote it. I am personally buying T-shirts for everybody, and we're gonna have a time so that we can let the public know that this is available and try to inspire them to be interested in getting out into the woods more. So that's where that has come to. We're right at the stage where the signs are being made and the posts are being made, and very thankfully, the Public Works is willing to put them in places and far and wide in the town, which is very kind of them. So I think does anyone have any questions about that?
Just a little on that to add to it. The part of the grant from DEEP also will cover the time and hours and resources from any town staff who are working on the project. So we listed that into the application when we submitted that. We also want to thank Kathy, our secretary, for joining us at special meetings. And, you think your meetings are long talking about topics. Wait till you see how long we talked about these signs for. But she's been a great support, and this is very exciting.
Yeah, and it's our fledgling grant too, so it's sort of nice to get our feet under the ground. So this has been a busy year for.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to comment. Great to see that that's coming. I've been meeting with Adam and Andy Danzik and Tim in regards to the trails, and I know that they could use some assistance in terms of getting people, in terms of helping with the trail maintenance, if you will. And
Yes.
if they can be included as part of what you're doing, that might be a great
They have been
opportunity
included
to.
also.
Okay, because I was going to say that'd be a great opportunity.
They've been very involved, and Tim has been
Excellent.
involved in.
Excellent.
And
Thank you.
we announced the monthly trail cleanups at every one of our meetings. I'm sure
Yeah.
you've heard that from watching our riveting meetings.
So,
But
thank
yeah,
you.
anytime anybody wants to volunteer to support the trail cleanup, there's plenty of trails that need the work, and they do it one Sunday.
And we thanks to Tony also, we're contributing a
month.
small bit of our budget that's left over to trail maintenance equipment that they need.
Thank you.
Okay, so in addition, we've been part of the TAC committee, as you well know, and we've been trying to communicate the importance of the natural environment to the people on the committee and you and the community in general. And I mean, that's going to be an ongoing theme of, I think all of us are very committed to the health of this planet and the importance of it over time. And, you know, we're very important, our children, educating them, but we want the next generation of children to have a nice environment to be educated in also. So it's the land that will help that happen. So the TAC committee, also CUPOP, as you well know, has been reviewing lots of properties, and we have been contributing, maybe not as much as they'd like, but to reviewing some of those. We've done site visits for those. We've been talking to people about access and how the trails are going to be affected by that, and that's an ongoing process, and I think we've now figured out a way with the CUPOP to streamline that process a little bit more so that we anticipate what they're going to be talking about.
And I'll add to that too. We're going to do a
Tag team.
comedy show here at the time. So Nicole and the CUPOP committee sent over a whole list of properties and flagged them in priorities of what they were looking for, what their recommendations were that they may have already come up with, or options for the recommendations for the future of some of these parcels. So that's been really helpful for us as a commission. We go through, we evaluate them, we look at the different features, the environmental features, the water features, the town infrastructure features that could be there, surrounding areas, looking at the gradation, and
Slopes.
yes, the water and everything, and thinking about what impacts could be there. So we've also been, I would say, lending. One of our members, Barbara, has been attending every CUPOP meeting, with the exception of one. She I can't believe she did that, she missed one. But she's been doing a lot of research on the property for them because of her historical knowledge of the town, which, Nicole and others have said has been really, really helpful. And which is a resource for everybody because she has so much knowledge on the town and historic things that have happened here. So with that, though, we have been writing whether or not we support whatever their recommendation is to change, to alter what the property is classified as far as use, or, you know, if it's gonna change or if it's not gonna change. The greatest one I think that we thought was of concern was 31 Enoch Drive.
And also the one,
There were two that we thought were greatest concern, which we had sent memos over via COOPUP to the Board of Selectmen, so if you have any questions on that, we're happy to answer those. One of them was about Enoch, which, you know, aligns next to our trails. There's a conservation easement on it, no trees are allowed to be removed. Many other details about that property. We thought, because there's a conservation easement on it, and because there are trails that go through that, that the greatest concern is if you relinquish property to somebody else's ownership, and you're not actively managing it, and I know Chris Sullivan doesn't have like a fleet of team who can go out there and manage everybody, you know, and what's happening, but if you give a property like that and you're not watching, and they go in and they remove all the trees, you know, who enforces that, and to what end? So, based on, and that parcel is also part of our greenway. So we thought it's really, you know, an important piece that we retain as the town and we maintain. You know, of course, there's 1,000 different factors that go into properties and what the future holds. And we realize that we represent the conservation aspect, so of course we're flavored that way. But, you know, we're not the only opinion in the room, but we do think it's important to understand, you know, how that piece and other pieces play into the makeup and the characteristic of Woodbridge and how it is utilized. Did you want to add on another piece?
no, I don't remember. We're okay with it.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to call attention to that one. But for the most part, we understand with COOPUP that we may fully align on some things, we may not align at all on others. But it's great that we have a nice open dialogue with them and we're able to provide that feedback. Contrarily.
So, I just want to say we've been attending TP&Z meetings, COOPUP meetings, Fountain Street hearings, and regularly. And so we're spread a little thin because there's only 5 of us that are active at this moment, rather than 7. So we could use another conservation-oriented member. We've also been attentive to Fountain Street and Nugent property, which are both properties that are of great interest. And also there's a new property on Beecher Road that has 35 acres that is also of interest to us to preserve. And we'd like to have a dialogue with you. And then there's other things that we've done as well. Too bad Ben can't be here, but he's created a connection with the people who are doing the bird registry, who are very important in sort of being aware of what their endangered species are in different lands and how much the importance of protecting them for the benefit of the habitat. And he may want to give a presentation to you at another time about that because it's interesting information.
I would apologize that the whole commission isn't here. They all wanted to be here, and we all take on different elements as our charge. So you're getting like the Cliff's Notes version of some of these topics. Ben is definitely more of an expert, you know, focusing on that area. He did mention at our last meeting that one of the endangered species, I think it was the brown thrasher, was you know, identified and photographed on the country club property. To name one of the many that they've seen there. So we would, unfortunately though, I was only noticed of the meeting yesterday at my CSA pickup. Somebody happened to mention that we were on the agenda, so we appreciate the almost 24 hours notice. And so unfortunately because of that, not all the commission members can be here tonight. They wanted to be.
So I think importantly, I'd like to talk about the POCD, and we've put a lot of time in, as you have, as TP&Z has, as a lot of people, but it is the Plan of Conservation and Development. And initially we looked over the 2015 plan, and then I and others gathered many other similar plans and found some of the highlights of what they did and added that plus some other ideas to increase the benefit of conservation in our town for the upcoming 10 years, including adding things having to do with invasive species and night lighting and preserving corridors and looking at relationships of the land as a whole, and also possibly kind of understanding the economic value of a piece, which we understand is very complicated to assess because there's so many factors to it, but there's technology that's evolving, and so we're thinking that we're going to try to create that. I do have to say that we've felt very discounted and unincluded in the process. We've tried to communicate. We've tried to be part of, have a direct communication with TP&Z. We've tried to go. It's been all of us have been exceedingly frustrated, and we put maybe hours and hours into the whole process. And thankfully, they did incorporate a lot of our ideas in the body of the text. Now, I have to tell you, I went to the TPZ meeting last Monday night, and it was kind of surprising to me. Some things happened that I think undermined the conservation portion of the plan of conservation in a dramatic way. I have been up for hours thinking about it, and I don't know that I'll be able to articulate it very well. But one of the things that, and I'm not going to put this in the correct order probably, but one of the things that was said was, I know there's endangered species and I know there's protected lands, but don't you think we should put in there that economic interests should be balanced with these? And I'm like, what? So that's now, if the plan goes forward, that if there's an economic interest, which anyone can create an economic interest, that will or at least be legitimately as concerning as destroying a habitat for an endangered species. And I don't even know if that's a statewide acceptable thing or a countrywide acceptable thing, but that is not our intent when we created the portion of the POCD that we have been part of. Another thing that was striking to me is that kind of subtly, and you should listen to the meeting, the idea of putting single-family houses was taken out of the whole POCD. They thought, single family, that has been a problem. I even heard them say it like I was the only person sitting here. That's been difficult. Well, yes, that's because that is what we have, is mostly single-family houses. And instead of low density and moderate density, they decided to add high density, acknowledging that there is no high density, but they wanted to have high density put in there. They acknowledged that it was a little difficult that it couldn't be on the map yet because there is no high density, but it was a foreshadowing of what they want, as well as part of what they said is that they want to increase sewer and water. As soon as they increase sewer and water, all these other things go into effect, that endangered species don't matter as much, single family orientation doesn't, and I'm no great authority on it, but it certainly just very subtly to me withdrew the teeth of the Conservation Commission's intention. And since we haven't had any input and we haven't been able to talk to them, and I further want to say that when we evaluate a property and when wetlands evaluated a property, we go see that property. Every month we went to wetlands and saw a property. I do not think that TP&Z has done any looking at any properties, including Fountain Street. To me, in terms of trying to support what the environment is like, if you're not going to put your boots on the ground, you don't have the right to destroy a piece of land. So that's one piece. And also, I've heard from other people that they haven't been going to educational things. So if they're not educating themselves, why are we accepting them as the authority to take care of the environment that we care about so much?
Have you heard that from Chris?
Actually, I think there's a
I don't know if that's
requirement.
true.
It's not true.
Okay, I will strike that.
All the training was in, their training was up
Yes.
to date.
What she
Okay.
didn't do, she hadn't sent the Board of Selectmen.
That was hearsay, if it's not
But
true.
last month, all the mandated required hours of training that are supposed to
Let's not get
happen.
into
They have to do it once a year. They did it within the confines
Okay.
of what they're supposed to
That's
do,
great.
but they,
That's great.
that
And
that
we
was
all-
done. She hadn't notified us in terms of it, and she apologized for that. But
I
the
just want
training
them
that
to
was
be-
required was done.
I want them to be considering the environment while they're considering zoning, because to me, that is what, I mean, and I'm just gonna go out on a limb, but, when there was an important, really important hearing, I would like it if all of you are there, and all the people that represent the Democratic committee are there. I mean, we're deciding on this building that is mammoth. And I know that now that we've changed the zoning, it's probably okay to do in some ways, but not one person spoke up for it in a positive way of the 30 people, and there was 150 people that had to leave because it was 3 hours in. So as a Conservation Commission person who cherishes the environment, I would love to feel the support of you guys cherishing the environment too, because it is a critical thing to us in this community. And I understand there's pressures from various places that are very significant, and I think housing is important, but our job is to support the wildlife, and we're going to do that with all the muster we can, and we hope we get your support because it makes this place a better town.
Adding to the POCD topic, in our role in that, we had reached out to Commissioner Klee actually a year ago on Earth Day, saying we know that the POCD timing is coming up. We would like to support it as best we can. Please let us know. And it was, we'll keep you posted, and then no follow-up, no matter how much we, raised our hand to say we were trying to contribute. When we had, I think it was one opportunity to sit down with the consultant, only Sharon and I, and then I think we're allowed to go, as opposed to like a whole commission being able to weigh in. I think one thing that was concerning is I had said, like to the consultant, how many towns have you worked with on, POCDs? And they were very proud. They've worked with many towns. As a matter of fact, I think they had just worked with, was it Darien or New Canaan, one of them, and people in the town stood up and applauded them because they put the C back in the POCD. And so I said, that's amazing, what did they do differently? And they said, well, they have these, these committees that work on a POCD. It's like an executive committee, for lack of better terms, right? Where Woodbridge has decided
With conservation.
with economic development, with housing, with, and it's a whole commission that works together throughout the entire process to weigh in and, provide checks and balances. And I think that opportunity was missed this time. Not that it's a mandate, but, not that we have to, but majority of towns in Connecticut, towns and cities in Connecticut do that, and it's kind of a best practice, if you will. In Branford, we did the same thing with our POCD. I don't think we had enough seats in the room for everybody who was on that executive committee, but at least you couldn't turn around and say, well, you didn't weigh in, right? And I think what we've noticed from these conversations, we're allowed to sit into POCD the conversations when they're evaluating POCD, but what we're hearing in these meetings are, oh, well, do we even really need public hearing? And from a commission that really can have a huge impact on progress in town, on what's happening in town, to have an attitude of not welcoming public comment.
Sorry,
and
Diane, I didn't
democracy,
understand.
I think it's-
Who was that from? I misunderstood.
Sorry, who said that?
Yeah, in other words, where was that? What commission? Are you saying TPZ?
TPZ.
TPZ? Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was.
And I
Just,
think
I think we've said enough, but I
Sure.
think that one other thing that they decided on Monday night is that they don't need public comment. And I did a little research today, and a lot of commissions have public comment, and I would support you guys supporting them having public comment to keep them abreast of the town's experience of what they're happening, because otherwise they're in their own experience and they don't understand how their influence affects other people.
Right, and I think that one of the greatest concerns that we have is this fragmentation of, ecosystems, right? And of some of these really impressive natural resources that we have in town that, like, once they're gone, they're gone. And having worked on restoration projects for ecosystems, that's a long time to turn that ship around once you've paved, right? Like once you've developed. So the thoughtfulness and the intention, I think, are there. I think they could be broadened and strengthened to encourage more of the community participation. And I think that's a concern, a red flag. As you read through the draft that I think you mentioned early July is coming,
Yes.
there are significant changes in there that can, undo a lot of hard
So
work.
let me just interrupt, because I know we've used our time probably, but one other
Oh,
thing.
no, we're the only thing on there.
One other thing is that they also, because I wasn't allowed to make any comment, they were taking the open space plan as the plan, this is my interpretation, as what should be conserved. And everything else was other except for agriculture. And that was not our intention. Open space was especially protected because it was part of the greenway. It didn't mean to minimize all the other open places. And I think that it can be construed in this new POCD that, you know, as long as we've got the open space plan and they tell us what to do, all the others don't really matter except for maybe agriculture. And I just want to be on the record that that was never our intention. So,
Yeah, and along those lines, with the TAC, I think we're seeing very similar misconceptions and like, not misdiagnosed, like the wrong definition is being used, right? Or we're merging some of our answers together to represent recreation, like passive recreation and open space and recreation should not all be lumped in together as recreation. They don't mean the same thing. And I think regarding the conversation about, you know, we sat on the TAC. We were there, that first meeting in here, and one thing we mentioned that was of great concern was, okay, if you're going to talk about what the value is of putting a house, you should also talk about what the environmental value is, right? And that goes, so many people focus on carbon sequestration, and that is one element. That's like when you go to buy a car and you're like, tell me all the features, and they say, it's got wheels. You're like, and? So there are so many other elements to an environmental like assessment, evaluation for that parcel, for other parcels. And, you know, we have a draft response that we wanted to send to you, and we already sent you one response about the TAC process and what our feelings were on that. We're happy to answer any questions about that. I'll do my best to interpret then, but you know, this is our role. We have some wonderful experts on our commission with environmental backgrounds, with climate backgrounds, and we're here to help provide useful information in the decision-making process.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll take any questions.
I just wanted, since I asked Adam to come here today, I know that you had sent recommendations as relates to some of the activities, maintenance activities that we do on the country club. So we did review those wanted you to know that we reviewed those with Adam.
The Japanese knotweed is
So-
not being mowed.
So,
Can you speak to me a little bit more about that? Japanese knotweed is obviously invasive. It's horrible. It needs to be controlled. And we have to talk about this on our roadscapes more than anything because
Yeah.
it's a public safety issue because it limits visibility. But in terms of the endangered species that have been observed, are they nesting there? Are they utilizing it? Like, what's the plan? Because obviously there's a need to control the invasives.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a topic for a different time, but
So these seem like two different topics, and we would love an invitation to come back as a whole committee and talk a little bit more in detail about that. Ben is doing ongoing research right now about the endangered species that are currently there. We know there are several. We would love to tell you exactly what they're doing, although they don't pick up our phones. No, okay. But regarding the invasive species plan, so we've met with the other Chris Sullivan, if you will, from the South Central Conservation District. And that's a great resource for our community. I've mentioned it before at, you know, the solar project, just to get, you know, input from them. But one thing we've reached out to them to discuss is working with them to develop an invasive species plan, continuing to strengthen our open space plan, our forest management plan, things like that would better the town, and looking at low cost, no cost, high cost, medium, you know, short term, long term kind of planning, right? When it comes to invasive species, that, you know, they just don't follow the same rules as each other. So some of them you can go in, mugwort, you go in, you rip it out by the roots, it's, you know, get rid of it.
Mowing it helps it too.
Yeah, mowing it, cutting it down, right? Some though, when you spread them, when you cut them down, you then just make a bunch of little
So that's
cedars,
fine.
seedlings that continue to spread and grow, and you're making matters worse, right? It's like when you scratch poison ivy and then it continues to spread. You don't want to do that with some of the invasive species. You also don't, goats are a great idea for controlling plants, but then they also help spread them through, their natural digestion process.
So Dana, you're suggesting not mowing, not because it's inhabited by species of concern or endangered species, but because the mowing is contributing to its spread.
That's what we've
All right,
learned.
thank you.
Yes.
And is that mowing at a specific time of year, throughout the growing season?
Throughout the growing season.
So it's a chemical control
It could be
approach.
chemical control, you can do solarizing it, which sounds like a fancy term, but I think we're doing it actually at the pond across the
from my
street from
street.
your house. right
It's
across
actually,
from the picture.
it's actually being much more effective than I would have thought in terms of getting rid of mugwort. It's not very aesthetic, but it's, and it gets
It's
rid of
temporary.
everything. Yes, it's temporary, and it also gets rid of any valuable.
The conversations we've had with Adam specifically in terms of what he's doing,
you
he
wanna-
seems, he's fortunate, we're fortunate that he seems aware of a lot of the, and I don't want to speak for you on, that's one of the reasons we had you here, Adam. In terms of what we're doing there, you seem to be aware of the different types of plants, different types of invasives, and obviously, we don't do a lot there, period.
Right.
But what we are doing is for safety and access. So I don't know if there's anything you want
We do a
to
great job
mention
of
on that?
growing invasive species in this town, and it's true, but it's unfortunate because a lot of them, we have the wet log, we have water spaces, right, and that helps move things along. And also like fertilizers that people are adding to their property, or during stormwater runoff, move and can go into areas that, we had not intended for them to go to travel to.
It's great to hear you, I'm sorry, David.
Oh, I just had a
enough.
question. Sharon, I believe in your conversation here, I read all the materials that we got. Thank you very much.
Thank you for reading them.
I don't say I understood all of it, but I did try to digest it. And in your testimony, or what you were telling us in some of the things that you were concerned about, you used "they" a lot. And I just wanted to be clear, when you were talking about "they," were you talking about the TPZ "they," or were you talking about specifically their consultants "they," or was it both? I mean, I was just a little bit confused
That's
because
a
the
good
word
point.
"they"
I
to me
think it
wasn't
was
specified.
Generally, the TPZ, and there's some people that are more vocal than others on the TPZ and suggested more of these things than other people did.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that some.
Yeah.
I just also had one quick question. When we're talking about the CCW, the management plan aspect, I don't know if you're able to stay through our meeting, but we'll be talking a little bit more. The consultant has some material with regard to the master planning process and the follow-up steps, year 1, year 2, year 3. So that master planning of, like a management plan, that is something that the Board of Selectmen is going to continue to engage on. It doesn't stop with the end of Cooper Robertson's work with us. It just really begins.
That's heartening.
Yeah,
But
so
it's-
I wanted
it's-
to just flag it for you.
It's great to hear you say that you're working with other experts on it, because what we really do need is some sort of a plan in
We're gonna
which
need your help.
to,
We actually-
exactly
They
right.
gave us a plan. It's pretty complicated in terms of, they chose 3 areas and how to mow it in different times so that it could have different angles or I think
That-
it's
that was- sorry,
available
that-
to be seen.
Not to get muddy in the waters here, but the mowing in the different directions, that has to do with the management of some of the meadows.
Yes, not
so that
the-
it's
not
not just
weed.
like clear
Yes,
cut
no.
mowing over as
So
opposed
Anyway,
to,
we've started that process of getting some information. There's some paper, but there's obviously,
we only wanted to give you 2 things to focus on from that invasive species management plan.
Yeah.
And so those were the 2 that we thought, if we're gonna have the most bang for our buck and very little cost or resources from the town,
Right.
since we're mowing, please stop mowing those areas. And since there's a net up that birds and other things are flying into and getting caught, let's, save it if we can, take it down, so that nothing else.
Unfortunately, that, just to mention that, and specifically, because that's something we thought we could do very quickly, and unfortunately we can't because the ground is too soft for us to get the poles are significantly higher than normal telephone poles. So you need specific equipment to go there and
Oh.
make that happen, and right now the ground is simply too soft. So it's something we can and we will do. It just can't be done at this point in time. What I'd like to make sure we leave here with is that you understand Adam is he's also very much aware of what you've sent us, because he's the one who's really managing those properties.
We're more than
And
willing to.
so if you could
Adam and-
collaborate with Adam and Adam, if you don't mind that that's the case, obviously. And he's already looked at everything that you've outlined, and he's got some thoughts on what he can do on that. Unfortunately,
Some of the ideas that you brought up,
right,
staying away from, growth. Don't mow close. Don't have a redundant walking trail system, one after another, so I have more wildlife space, really recommend that, so.
so only because I don't want to hold up the public in case they do want to have some comments. I truly appreciate what you're doing. Love the idea that we're particularly invasives. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we have on that property and elsewhere, as you said. And if we can start to work on some formal plans that we can put into place, it's something that we can and we should do.
And I think some education of people with property, of which many of us have some, just to really like highlight maybe mugwort this season, or, you know, like just make it a fun thing, like how much mugwort can you get out of your yard?
Which Rachel was going to talk about, and I think maybe she has mentioned with Nika, is, the Conservation Commission wants to do some social media informational campaigns where we're, telling residents and folks in town, like, how to manage this in your own, right, in your own backyard, so that we're not making matters worse. So.
Adam's probably a great source for some
Yeah.
tips and tricks as well that he's picked up over the years.
Good, just quick, understanding time. The concerns expressed, so there's a report with recommendations, thank you, specific to land. But there was also a lot of time here spent on the expression of concerns with the POCD process. And I would like to better understand how, if at all, those concerns can and will be addressed, and what role the Board of Selectmen can play in that.
And it's hard to say at the end of the process that what we can do to make the process better, since we are at the end of the process. I was surprised to hear that SLR said that they were doing things differently. They're our consultant. They're the ones that should, if there's other ways, better ways that we can do it, there's no reason not to. Certainly, we didn't dictate to them how it needed to be done. This group certainly didn't dictate to them how it needed to be done. So I will, I'll have we'll have the conversations with SLR. And the next time we know better, as it's 10 years from now,
Well,
unfortunately,
just-
that's one of the problems. You don't have the.
Just unediting the last 15 minutes of the TPZ meeting and putting some scrutiny on that would put the
I
C back in POCD. I mean, it
We have a
wasn't,
chance to review it, the plan.
We do.
And we can,
Have
and
public
perhaps
hearing
that
and
might
input.
be an opportunity.
It will be an opportunity.
To address maybe some of the concerns where we have more of a
could we
say.
speak to some of our concerns at that point?
In addition to what you already have, absolutely.
I don't see one, please,
And
yeah.
I
So-
think if it's not a question about ample opportunity to speak and say, put this in, take this out, I think that's part of the process. They're required, is it 60 days that they have to have?
65.
Thank you, 65, so close. Have it available for public comment for everybody to weigh in, but it's the question of who mandates the receptiveness to actually do that. Oftentimes I feel like it's falling on deaf ears, like certainly sitting in the meeting, it's, this selectman said they want this in there. Okay, put that in. Okay, well, this group wants this. Oh, we'll think about
You
it
mean
next time.
Committee member, not selectman.
That's
No.
not the way it's happened, but I
mean,
understand
it
your
is.
point.
When
I understand your
If
point.
you're sitting in those meetings where they're,
So-
editing and deciding what's going to be the language in the final draft, those conversations are happening verbatim.
I don't know any selectmen who've
I
had
don't
that
think it's the
conversation, but
selectman.
I
My sense is it was
don't know
the
that
other
any of
members.
us have
That
had
was
that
the one that I-
conversation.
She's talking about TPC.
All right.
I think she's talking about
You're talking about
TPC, not
TPZ is
select-
having
Not
that
selectmen.
conversation.
You said selectmen, I'm
Not
sorry.
us. Okay.
So,
No, I said selectmen because they were saying, oh, we got this message from a selectman to put this in. Okay, put this in.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And there's more we have a long way to go here, so.
Well, you
a lot
guys are
more to
doing
do.
lots of work, and there's
So-
lots to do, so
Thank you.
We'd
for
like to
having
be
us.
helpful.
We look forward to our next
Thank you.
update.
Thank you.
Please join us at any of our meetings.
With apologies to those folks who are in the public who may want to make public comment, please, right now is open for public comment.
We have to do the
Oh, I'm sorry,
public
I'm
hearing
sorry,
first.
prior to that, thank you. In accordance with Section 12-632 of the Connecticut General Statute, I know this is a public hearing for the 2025 Neighborhood Assistance Act application. In accordance with the Section 12-632 of the Connecticut General Statute, I now call this public hearing to order to receive comments on the application received for the 2025 Neighborhood Assistance Act. The legal notice was published on May 30th, 2025 edition of the New Haven Register. Is there a motion to waive the reading of the legal notice?
So moved.
Second?
We're like in a competition now.
All in favor? Are there any comments from the public present regarding the application from the Amity Teen Center Incorporated doing business as 10 Selden Street, Cure Rare Disease, Jewish Federation of Greater New Haven, 360 Amity Road? Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment, I now declare, have you received any written comments?
There was no written comments received for the 2025 NA application.
That being the case, I now declare this public hearing closed. Is there a motion to accept the following application for the 2025 Neighborhood Assistance Act and forward them to the Department of Revenue Services for processing?
So moved.
Second? Maria? Thank you. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And now, if there is public comment, would you please come forth and present public comment?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Martha German, 1170 Johnson Road. Muffy? I will.
Okay.
Yep, get my, right? Is that audible?
Good.
Yes.
You're
Good.
competing with the air conditioning, Muffy.
Well, yes, I was having trouble hearing the other people because I was sitting back near it. I am here to speak once again about the future of the Country Club of Woodbridge. I want to make certain, Mika, that you understand the full impact of the choices you make on this issue. At the beginning of your term, you asked residents to listen to others' opinion with an open mind. Now I ask you to do the same. When First Selectwoman Ellen Scalatar masterminded the closure of the golf course around 2016 and put out repeated RFPs for development, I was furious. Although not a golfer, I could see that Billy Casper, the managing organization, was gaining a following and making a profit. But the First Selectwoman wanted a 55 and over condo development and not golf. In 2011, residents had defeated a Toll Brothers condo proposal handily, and over the next dozen years fended off about 10 more development plans. Taking every opportunity to make the return of golf impossible, First Selectman Scalatar had the equipment sold off and refused to repair holes in the clubhouse roof, a clear case of demolition by neglect. It is simply outrageous that her narrow-minded plan has saddled today's taxpayers with a line item in our current budget of $1 million to tear down the clubhouse. Why does this administration cling to these failed, unpopular ideas? Instead, please listen to the many residents who have clearly stated in surveys, open houses, letters, and public comments that they want this unique property to be conserved as part of the state's green plan for open space preservation and not chopped up with development. We urge you to protect this invaluable, we who urge you to protect this invaluable land are not radical tree huggers. We are forward-thinking residents who recognize global warming as the prime challenge of our time. Change is already evident in our erratic weather with periods of alternating extreme rainfall and drought. Our resident bird watchers are warning you, like the canary in the coal mine, of what is to come. I challenge you to untether yourself from the old, stale voices of the past two administrations and be a trailblazer for our town and for the planet. This change of course is not a defeat, but a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This moment offers a chance to secure a healthy future for your future grandchildren. Do not brush it aside. Instead, set a groundbreaking example for other towns, organizations, and individuals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to make additional public comment?
I don't like rolling chairs, I can tell you that. This is going to get ugly. Okay, I'm Matthew Giglietti, 14 Brightwood Drive. I left the Board of Finance because I really believed the town was in great shape. There were no controversies, no problems. We needed a new police department. There were things that had to be dealt with. And I kept my promise to stay away, which I did until maybe a couple of months ago when I heard about this horrendous 96-unit apartment building that they want to build on Fountain Street. And that is when I decided I was coming back. I just can't believe this is moving forward at a rapid pace with no pressure, it seems. Nobody is putting pressure on this developer and his crew, which spew lies all over the place. And the TPZ, as far as I'm concerned, they've already made up their minds. They're going to vote for this. There's not a question in my mind. No matter how many people show up and talk against it, their minds have been made up, and I don't know that maybe they were made up for them. Last Monday, which I guess was June 2nd, maybe? Very good. My birthday's coming up. We had a presentation at the public hearing where the public was there. There was at least 120, 130 people there to hear, listen, speak. The developer made a terrible presentation, terrible. The engineering study that he put out there was ripped apart by the engineers that the land trust hired. It was comical, the things that were pointed out about the developer's engineering report and how terribly presented it was. The traffic expert, I use that word loosely, to listen to him, everybody who's going to move into this 96-unit, 130 parking space development is going to either ride bicycles or walk. There's never going to be a car. You know, I'm picturing myself now driving up Fountain Street. I go Fountain Street, 40 miles an hour, because you got to drive that fast to get up there, and somebody's going to be coming out trying to make a sharp left. Somebody's going to be coming down. No, talking to this expert, there's not going to be any traffic problems whatsoever. It's absolute bull. Remember what I said to you when I was here the last time? Orange dealt with this with the Avalon project. And the fellow I dealt with, high-ranking, I'm not going to name his name, said don't believe a thing the developers tell you or their experts. They say what you want to hear. They don't tell you the truth. Which leads me to, of course, our town planner, who's estimated that in 96 units, there's going to be 7 students. 7 students. Selectman Vogel, you were there and you heard it. He should probably take a job as a comedian for the laughter he elicited with that remark. 7 students in 96 units. Are you kidding me? My client just sold a house down in the Merritt Avenue area. It was a family house they've had for years. One of the sisters was living there. They sold it to 2 people with 2 kids. So we now have 2 more kids going into our school system, whereas we had 0. That's a third of what he anticipates we're going to get from 96 units. Our fire chief showed up that night. And there was a litany of things he criticized them for, from the fact that they couldn't have possibly noted that there's not a fire truck that can go in and turn around and come out. There's no way. There's not enough room. The back of the building is inaccessible. So the architect said, well, the firemen are going to have to carry ladders in there and put them up, and that's the only way they're going to get back there. So the firemen in their full gear are going to be expected to carry ladders down the back of the building, 35-foot ladders, by the way, that's what we have, They're gonna climb 35 feet and then what, jump 5 feet to get to the top of the building? I mean, come on, you gotta be kidding me. It was a comic show. Again, getting back to the students, I just don't, I mean, I've been playing with some numbers. I'll give you the numbers the next time I speak to you, because you're gonna be hearing from me again and again. This thing can only be a loser. I threw in a number of 400,000 in tax revenue, which I highly doubt. 16 kids is all you need, and there's your 400,000. If we get 50 kids, you want to start doing the math at 25,000 per child? The Woodbridge taxpayers are going to get clobbered on this. Clobbered. In the entire evening, not one person made a positive remark. Not one. Not one. You were there, David. A lot of people left, including these two women that were here speaking. They left before they had a chance to talk, or I'm sure we would have had a lot more. At the previous public hearing, same thing, when they were trying to convince them to modify this change to the zoning regulations. Same thing, and again, of course, they ignored it. I am convinced TPZ is just, forget it. Their minds are made up. You can tell by their body language. I lambasted them for running a public hearing on something as crucial as modifying zoning regulations, which are so important to this town. Not one person showed up, and yet they conducted the meeting and changed the zoning regulations. It's unheard of. There are two members of that commission. Forget about it. They're in the bag. The developer has got the upper hand here. It's like we're representing him, and not the taxpayers. They need to remember, your taxpayers are who we are representing. I've been racking my brains out. This is not going to be a pleasant discussion right now, but I've been racking my brains out as to where all this is coming from. Who is driving this bus to put 96 units on Fountain Street Hill? It's just so out of character for what Woodbridge does not want this. If you talk to anybody in town, you're going to find out Woodbridge does not want this. So I decided to watch the video of that meeting, December 2nd, the one that was advertised on Thanksgiving morning. 4 days later, they had the hearing. And at that meeting, the developer was there, his attorney was there, and all his cronies were there. Not one of 9,000 Woodbridge residents was there. Not one. That's horrible. And unfortunately, in watching the video, Mika, you were there. You were there. Our first selectman was there. And you allowed that meeting to take place without one resident of the 9,000 that you represent, and the 9,000, how many thousands who voted for you. I'm sitting there, I'm saying, I don't believe it. How could you possibly have let that meeting take place? So, again, we weren't talking about changing a zoning regulation that you can't paint your house pink. We were talking about a zoning regulation modifying the opportunity housing regulations to allow for these horrible buildings that we're looking at now. It's a disaster. We really need to, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date. You weren't there, and it's totally not supported by this community, totally, and yet I can't possibly see a way that it's not going to go through. The whole process, as far as I'm concerned, is tainted. The bus is being driven. I know who's driving it now, and I know who the monitors on that bus are. And to allow this to happen, despite the absolute negativity on every townsperson who spoke that night, is unbelievable to me. I just can't fathom it. So I'm going to keep you updated, because you guys are busy. You have long meetings, and I'm going to go to these meetings, and I'm going to keep you updated on them. But for right now, I would say, figure we're going to have this project. I can't see any way we're going to change the minds of these people who have already made their minds up, and the TPZ, which is, as far as I'm concerned, totally conflicted. So I wish you luck, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Seeing no one here, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. Actually, what we will do is, with the agreement of the folks here, I expected there to be a little bit more public comment, so indicated to Cooper Robertson that
They'll be here in the next 10 minutes.
So in the meantime, I think we can move on to the Director of Finance report, if everyone's in agreement with that.
Sure.
Mika, can I just ask,
Not on public comment, no.
not on a specific, well, I don't know, but I think it would behoove maybe town council to talk to the town about the different roles like we can play versus TPZ.
I appreciate that.
And how, what role, because we're getting lots of comment about this, people care. What role can we play? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And building off of that, in particular, I know I may have asked this before, what is our role at those meetings in speaking up about
Yes.
various topics? If we're able to, if we're not, and we don't have to answer right now, but just maybe something we can look into for.
We can add it to
Future
our
advisements.
future meeting agenda item so that we get a little bit better understanding and also give the public an understanding as well. Happy to do
I think
that.
that's necessary.
Appreciate it.
All right.
You good with that?
I'm totally fine with that, yeah.
I think it's a good
I
idea.
think it's appropriate.
Yep, I think so too. Tony,
Okay. I have the monthly report through May of this year. It's a surplus of approximately $560,000. Brings our fund balance to a little over $9 million, or 15.8% of our expenses. Some highlights for the year and our revenues. We just received some large back tax collections, so our tax revenue is now projected to generate a surplus of about $65,000. Our interest income is holding steady at about surplus of about $300,000. Our charge for services, as in prior months, as a projected deficit of a little over $200,000, primarily resulting from building permit fees, which have a slight deficit of about $90,000, and transfer station fees of $70,000. We additionally have a rental income shortfall from the lost rental income from the Child Center. In other revenues, the Woodbridge Board of Education received a payment of $73,000 from the City of New Haven for education expenses. Because that was from the prior year, we recognize it this year as revenue for the town in the current year. So that adds to our revenues. For expenses, the Registrar of Voters has a surplus of $20,000 approximately due to savings in part-time wages. The building official, same. Surplus in part-time wages as well. I've lowered the surplus in waste management down to about $27,000. And that's due to some less than anticipated tonnage in our MSW and recycling. In human services, we had a vacant position for a good portion of the year. It's still vacant, actually, due to a staff member who has now since has resigned their position. And that's a surplus of about $35,000. In Amity School District, we've gone over this in the past. Due to some funding used for asbestos-related items, the surplus in that line item is now down to $180,000. In benefits, about $25,000 surplus, mostly due to savings in retiree health care.
Tony, in regards to the surplus and the asbestos, we used some of the school surplus, the Amity school surplus.
To pay for asbestos,
to pay
correct.
for the asbestos.
That's
I know we
correct.
have more to do there. We had hoped that we would secure a steep grant for that, and I know we've since been told that we have not. We've not gotten that steep grant. Do we only have until the end of the month or until the end of July to?
If you're using it for an operating expense, you only have it through the end of June. But if you're using it for a capital expense, which that is, we can transfer that to a capital appropriation, and then you can use it for the next fiscal year.
Okay, which is something we may want to look at, so that's why I wanted to bring it up, so everyone understands that there's some more additional work we need to do there, and if this can help us get it done, we won't be getting the grant.
So is that the steep grant that was for the child care portion?
That's correct.
Yeah.
We did not get that.
So we didn't get any steep grant this year?
Nothing.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, next year they're not having one.
Well,
I thought they were funding.
it's tied to HB 5002.
Right.
If you're not making progress on that, you're not going to be eligible.
So.
Unless the governor changes that.
It will be very much tied to that, is my understanding, based on
So
the,
maybe we've
Wait,
had
can
our
you
last
repeat that,
steep
Sheila?
grant.
I'm sorry.
It's tied to HB 5002,
The
which is
steep grant, I know HB
Yeah.
5002.
in the next funding cycle.
Eligibility
Okay.
for steep grant
But
is the
that
carrot.
hasn't been signed yet either, so we don't know.
Yeah, that hasn't passed though, has it? Has
It passed, it's on
hasn't
the
been
governor's
signed by
desk
the
waiting
governor.
for a
Thank you, that's what I-
signature.
it can be vetoed by the governor.
Yeah.
And if it is, he's going to, my understanding is he'll be looking to request a special session for them to go there and see what changes they can make on that.
Okay.
But steep was specifically mentioned, tied to what progress you're making in terms of the affordable homes or the housing.
Yeah.
And it's now PA 2049, Public Act 2049, as
Okay.
opposed to HB 5002.
So I guess the other question is LoSiP also in that category, or we don't know that?
What
The road.
we've already been, we've checked on what we've already been appropriated, and we're getting what we've been appropriated. There's no indication that there's any issue with what we've already been awarded, I should say. So we're-
Right.
I haven't heard any issue with LoSiP, no.
Okay. So I guess my other question, just specific to this, is we would need to make the transfer into a capital non-recurring by the end of June.
No, we can do it in July.
July.
You could do that in July?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
The interesting thing about STEEP is, as the name would indicate, it originally started just as a way for small towns to afford capital projects, towns that have a limited tax base. So that's how the whole grant started.
So that's not us.
No, it's
I mean,
It's
we're
not
a
us, or
small
it is us.
town,
It is-
but we
it is
Limited
have
commercial
to-
tax base.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
very
limited
much us.
commercial.
That's,
you know.
it was very much for towns with limited commercial
So
tax
not
base.
relative, not tax relative income.
No.
Okay. So what other grants are out there if not steep for these types of projects?
I think, if I remember reading Urban Action was another grant that was mentioned in
Okay.
each.
That are tied.
That's tied-
That's
that's
tied
tied
to the
Right.
bill. Or-
That's-
I'm
so-
saying-
So Urban Act is what we received for the community center. That was an Urban Action
Okay.
grant. We've received at least 3 or 4 of those over the past 10 years.
there are things that are project specific, like we had looked at for municipal solid waste and compost. There are specific things out there, but
Right. So all these might be at risk. Something to think about in the future. Not tonight.
Scrog is doing a lot of work to identify exactly what this is, what's involved in this, and, so we'll be working through that as we go along. But it's hard to say what'll happen until such time as we know if it's passed or not. Mhm. So, I was just curious in terms of using funding.
Yes,
to
we can do
get
that.
some of the work that's necessary to
Yes.
be done to finish the center building would be great.
Yes.
Tony, can I ask?
We've also, go on.
Just in terms of the surplus funds that we have, I'm pretty sure there's no way to do this, but with the tax bill about to go out, I wonder if there are any options for tax rebates or for on local level as well.
I would say, at least you can't use the existing funds for next year. You'd have to use like a fund balance or something. I'm not sure about the rebate portion, but.
One of the discussions Nick and I have started is to understand what we can do in terms of changing either the timing and/or the ability. We've already put more money than we're going to use in the budget for tax credits. So we have dollars
We have,
that have already been applied toward that we could use for next year. But what we need to do is identify how we do that. Most of what needs to be done is through ordinance, which takes a while, so it's not going to affect this, this tax bill here. And then we have to determine, from a state statute standpoint, whether we're able to open it up, so to speak. Decide what we want to do the necessary ordinances, and then open it up to allow people to do it for their next tax bill, which is still this year's tax bill, but it's because you pay 50% now, 50% in January. So we're figuring all that out at this point in time, hopefully in time for our 25th meeting, so that we can start our conversations in regards to what the potentials are for tax relief for some of our residents.
On that topic, can I ask another question? PA 490, I think different municipalities go at it in a different way. We're
Just with
doing,
open space.
right, so
Yeah.
what acreage applies is something that apparently is set at the town level. So
For
through
open
ordinance, we could lower the threshold and allow more property owners to potentially get that
PA 490 discount. That would lower their taxes and benefit the community as a whole, because especially if the property is subdividable, not subdividing and adding another house that we then have to pay for services for is possible. So I wondered if that's something we should look into for tax relief purposes, making
We
adjustments
can,
to
thank you
our
for mentioning
PA
it.
490.
Let's, yeah, I'll
That's
make
a
a note of
great
that and see if we can have it, further discussion
Yes.
at the next
Just
meeting.
offhand, what is the per acre rate for open space in Woodbridge?
We're getting off topic a bit, and we don't have that on the agenda, so let's stick with
Yeah,
what's on the
I
agenda.
think it's in our ordinance.
Yeah, and we'll take this
5,000.
up at our next meeting.
Per acre.
So Tony, is that part of your report all set?
That portion is, yep. Funding request would be next.
Move on over.
It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Let's go to,
Well, if we can go, I mean, there's not much, and then we can finish this.
why don't we do this, yes?
Yeah.
Get this
okay.
item on,
Okay. Funding requests?
please.
Okay. So a line item transfer number 2425-39 for $2,263 is a request by the registrar of voters to replace their current voting booths, which I'm sure you've all probably used, and are aging and in state of disrepair.
Make the motion to accept the funding request as stated.
Second.
Just of clarification purposes, they have some money in their budget, so the booths cost $65.94, but they have the balance of the funds in their budget already, so this is just to supplement that.
Any additional discussion, questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Funding, request for funding 2425-40 for 6277 is a request from the fire department for unanticipated expenses at the facility, mainly for pumping out their oil water separator, which they had to do this year, and it was that they did not anticipate.
I'll make the motion to accept the funding request as stated.
Second.
Any discussion? Questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
2425-41 is a request for funds for a firewall, a switch, and a UPS battery for the town to update their credit card payment system at the transfer station. As you know, residents can use credit cards at the transfer station. This will make the installation, we're changing the credit card payment system to an updated, more secure system, and this will further and make it secure and make it, an updated setup for us.
I'll make the motion to accept the fund transfer as described.
Second.
Questions? Comments? This will upgrade and
Like, how many people use the credit card system per year, per month?
Anyone using that scale?
How
Everyone who
many-
uses the scale.
I'm sorry?
Everyone who uses the scale uses it.
Do we have?
I have the dollars, but not the total number of people.
Okay.
what I
But,
can, what I can
Is
tell you,
it
they
more
also
dollars
collect,
than this costs?
oh yeah,
over a period of time it is, not on,
we collect
Per year.
probably,
Or this year? This is coming out of which budget? 20?
This is still
Sorry?
this, but
25.
still
This
this
budget.
budget.
25, yeah. Yeah, we probably collect 12,000, 15,000 a year
Thank you.
in credit. And if you raise the fees, that's primarily how most of them will be collected. Probably more than that, actually. Maybe 20,000.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Yeah.
also in terms of the quantity, there's quite a considerable
That's a lot of
number. Because
people.
anybody who brings in truckload of brush
Yeah.
and materials that they have to pay for, oil, batteries, things of that nature, each individual person has to do that as
It's a
well.
lot of $10 charges. And a lot
It
of-
is,
yeah.
but it's also the convenience of being able to do it, and when you
Right.
can't do it, we don't charge you.
The way we used to do it was you had to go to the office, you had to pay for a permit. It was just so cumbersome and
All right, thank you.
yeah.
We still have to
Uh,
vote on that, right?
All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
2425-42 is for $21,280. That is for asbestos cleaning at the center building and then abatement at the center building and at the police station. If you look at the quote, it highlights the areas that are going to be cleaned and abated, which would include some flooring in the center building. There's some areas in the police department, some flooring and some pipe work. And it's pretty much all of the asbestos, with the exception of the child center area, will be abated here.
This is part of the 151,000 or so that we did, or is this in addition?
This is addition.
In addition to?
Yeah.
And Tony, you mentioned that not the childcare. Is that because we thought the steep grant was going to come?
Correct.
So now we will have to
So
develop a quote.
at the very least, what we've done is we're looking for some pricing on the hallway that connects the elevator to the rest of the floor, so that people that use the elevator, will be walking on the floor, that we can have that abated. That's probably at the very least, and maybe not necessarily the 4 classrooms at this time. But
Okay.
Make a motion to accept the line item transfer as requested.
Second.
Questions, comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
the next item is 2425-43, and this is from grant funds as well as funds within the government access budget to cover some additional meetings throughout the year. This kind of sort of stuck up on us a little as we were reviewing the budget, and when we created the budget, we didn't anticipate the number of meetings nor the length of the meetings.
So you're saying that's us? That's
Would be
on
us.
Yep. Yes, it is.
So, Tony, is this a GATA grant or a cable advisory grant?
Cable
Do they-
advisory grant.
They allow it to go to?
Yeah, they allow it for taping of meetings.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Someone else want to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer request.
Second.
There you go.
Thoughts? I think everybody understands this one.
Yes.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Okay, and there's one more. This is 2425-44, and for those of you who may not be aware, we've had an air conditioning failure here in Town Hall. Probably wondering why we have air conditioning window units. So we had to purchase 12,000 BTU and 3 8,000 BTU window air conditioning units for the Town Hall to try to get ahead of the heat that obviously we purchased them already. This is a little bit of an emergency because the weather was getting hot. So that's for $7,200. We're currently in a process of evaluating this along with all of our other systems, particularly in this building, and we'll be back with a status update for you.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer as described.
Second.
Tony,
Yes.
can I ask a quick question about
Please.
this? Is it air conditioning and heating all the same system?
No,
Okay.
they're separate
So
systems.
the heat will come on
But-
at the appropriate time, or?
But
I shouldn't
yes,
say
the
that, I
heat
don't
will,
mean
but
knock
as
wood.
part of an evaluation of the air conditioning,
Yeah,
we're going to evaluate the heating system,
yeah.
just to,
Yeah, we're doing a full audit. Brad's going to start, he's already started a complete audit of all of the mechanicals with the dates and what they are and what the situation is with all of these. So
Right.
we'll be taking a broader look at everything and making sure the budget reflects the appropriate replacements.
I'm sure we're monitoring electric use, but because those are probably highly efficient and the old system's not,
correct.
are we hoping to break even there?
We're hoping.
Okay.
Actually, we were just talking
All
about that. Karen and I were just talking
Particularly
about that.
since one of the issues with the old unit, and one of the reasons that at this point in time needs to be replaced is because the refrigerant is very difficult to even get because it's so old.
Sure.
And it's very expensive.
Yeah.
So it's likely that we will at least break even.
Yeah.
So-
It'll be
Okay.
interesting to see that.
So we, like you said, we're keeping an eye on it.
Yeah,
So
okay.
Okay, that's it.
I'll make a motion that we approve the funding request 242544 for $7,200 for the air conditioners.
Second.
Any thoughts, any discussion beside what we just had? All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is, I think that.
This is actually, there's a bid, it's not a bid waiver, it's a bid for hauling.
Got it.
We went out to bid for hauling services. Is that the first one's the hauling, or?
Source
Or
map.
the other way around on the backup here.
Yeah, I think it's Peterbilt cab is first.
Yeah. I'll start with the hauling. So the town went out to bid for refuse container hauling services. We received 2 proposals. Sometimes in the past, we've received 3 or 4. This year, we received 2. One from Enviro Express and one from North Atlantic Waste and Recycling, which is our current vendor. They'd been operating for the past 3 years with great service. One of the issues we had with this response was that North Atlantic, although they're a bit higher, actually has a firm response, and Enviro did not. So if Nick was here, I've discussed this with Nick, and he could weigh in on this. But the years 2 and 3, there's no quantifiable bid result. So in speaking with our attorneys, they felt, and I felt, that that was a non-responsive bid because they did not actually bid a number.
Nick?
Hey, Nick.
I know. So CPI, is that a cost?
As well as the CPI is a
Your name just
factor.
happened to come up.
We were talking about the bid for the hauling services.
I was just gonna try to sneak into the restroom, but please, proceed.
So I was explaining that we had 2 bids, and that after discussing this with Doug and with yourself, we found that felt that the Enviro Express, although appears to be the lower bid in the first year, has a non-responsive bid in years 2 and 3 because they indicate CPI.
Correct. I do recall our conversation, and we, amongst the 3 of us, with Doug included, felt that, yes, that is a non-responsive bid. For that reason, the bid could be rejected. Ultimately,
And the contractor did raise a concern on that as well. Just thought I'd mention that.
correct. So, sorry I stepped in a little late here. How did you present this, Tony? What did we ultimately decide in terms of recommended course of action?
So we recommended that we would go with the North Atlantic Waste and Recycling, which is the contractor that bid firm pricing for all 3 years.
That's right. That was actually responsive to the bid. It provided actual numbers.
Right.
For the time frame that was requested in the bid, and you're correct. The other proposal, we could sort of extrapolate the first year, but then we really
Year
did
3
not know.
had nothing, right.
Correct.
Clear on what the
Pretty much it.
difference is between the 2, Tony? I'm trying to look at the,
Can't. no way
So
to
if you look
calculate.
at for instance, MSW hauls are $250
oh, they're there. Yep, we got it.
versus $275. It's $25 difference.
Mhm.
But then you don't know about year 2 or year 3. Could be higher, could be lower.
Understood.
So tonight you want us to just move to award the bid?
Yes, because we have to start, the existing contract ends June 30th, so we have to, we need a hauler, otherwise this stuff will start to back up at the
Don't want that.
transfer station.
And as you noted, we've worked previously with the other.
We have.
They've
Yep.
been, they've been doing this for the
very
past 3 years.
responsive, yeah.
And we've been satisfied.
Very satisfied, yes.
So the relevant bid, or the appropriate bid, is with our existing service provider.
Right.
Existing contractor.
Correct,
Do we need a motion for that?
yes.
I'll make a motion that we award the bid to the recommended vendor.
That would be North Atlantic Waste and Recycling LLC.
Yes.
Second.
Any questions or thoughts on this? All in favor?
Okay. And I have one more, and that's Public Works is requesting a bid waiver to utilize Sourcewell, which is a nationwide purchasing contract that we've used in the past, to acquire a Peterbilt cab and chassis, and the price is $159,161. And this is the cab and chassis. We will then have a separate bid for the plow, dump body, and the controls for the plow. This is in the budget, and is just a purchasing request.
Make a motion to approve the bid waiver request.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
All right.
That's it.
That completes Tony's finance report, and we will now move to the,
Can I ask a
Yes.
process question? Do you think, they mean here like consumer price index, correct?
Correct.
Like going up. Is that, are you finding that people are coming in with bids like that more and
So
more?
I think probably if, this is one of the only bids we do multi-year because we like to get the pricing for 3 years because of the, sometimes the fluctuation in the pricing. And I think that's probably part of the issue, is that the 3-year term, you know, maybe in retrospect could have been maybe 2 years, but we don't have enough time to sort of turn it around and put out another bid. So,
I don't know if companies just felt more unsure and
Right.
that's, we might
Correct.
see this more and more, I
Correct.
guess, going
Right.
into the next year is
right,
what I'm wondering.
that's
Okay.
correct, yeah, I would probably.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
that'll take us to the next item on our agenda, which is our CCW master plan update. So we'll invite Betsy and Mike.
Mika, can I suggest as they're getting set up that we take a few minutes? I imagine we'll be with them for a little while.
Sure.
Can we take a,
It's a great idea. Take a 5 minute.
Take a short-
Let's try to do a 5-minute break, folks.
yeah.
Good. All right, we will resume with Cooper Robertson, Mike and Betsy. Thank you for coming, and you're on.
All right, we're on. Okay. A pleasure to be here again. I'm gonna. Sorry, it's okay if I straighten this? We sent a package of materials earlier with an appendix, and that's what we intend to use to walk everyone through where we are in the process now. As you know, we've been very busy over the last several weeks, kind of on this trajectory of going from an exploration of many options with you all and with the community, narrowing those concepts down, and now we're at the point where we have the most comprehensive set of recommendations for this plan, this vision. Land use, environmental considerations, infrastructure, implementation, all of these things are now being addressed in some detail. They're also reflected in a more in-depth cost-benefit analysis, which we've provided. Hopefully, you've had a chance to look through some of that. We've provided in the appendix the full report from our team's cost estimators, so you can pour through all the details, and we could speak to any of that as well. We've done an additional layer of environmental analysis, which has been provided. Several weeks ago, we also provided a memo to the board with our reflections on the analysis that we conducted on the different available platforms for environmental analysis and their applicability to this project. So we trust that you had a chance to review that as well and can respond to anything there. So unless there's any questions, our plan was to walk everyone through and just stop along the way and have discussion. Does that sound good, Dave? Good, everyone? Okay. Sure. So a reminder of where we are in the process. We're at the 6th Board of Selectmen meeting. We have one more in our schedule. And at this meeting, we're looking at a single preferred plan with some alternative concepts that we've also included. We have a refined cost-benefit analysis and the full suite of recommendations that are here for review for the first time. From here, we'll collect comments as we have in the past, within a week from the board, and come back with final recommendations, which we'll then package into a final document for review. The basis of all the testing for the vision has been the Board of Selectmen's direction, which we received and is on the screen here, based around each one of the principal, what we're calling the sub-districts of the plan. So we've tested the preferred and bundled all of those recommendations together, and have also addressed the alternate in a cost-benefit as well. And here's the comprehensive land use strategy, all assembled on one page, with each one of the sub-districts enumerated with its primary uses. And so these are all consistent with the table that you saw before, but just in a condensed format. Just for those at home following along, what we have here are two development sub-districts, one on Ansonia and one on Woodfield, D1 and D2. We have what we're calling an active recreation area, AR1, at the corner of Johnson and Ansonia, which would be a kind of community gateway into the site. with an open-air pavilion, some interpretive and historic elements around the site of the Roger Sherman Farm, communal open space, some public restrooms, and the parking area that's there today. So that's really intended as the primary point of access for the community. AG1, or the agricultural zone, on the top of the, more in the center of the site at one of the highest points, is a place that is envisioned for a heritage orchard or farm, place that could be used for open gathering and seasonal programming in low-impact agritourism. The remainder of the site we're characterizing as two green space areas, GS1, which is everything in the lighter green color. On this map, some 93 acres. Really low intensity use, passive recreation. You see some of those uses listed here: trails, walking paths, habitat restoration, the natural water features that exist today. And then GS2 on either side of Woodfield Road, which is where the most mature wooded areas of the site are today. And we're suggesting that there are some wooded trails that could be accommodated there, and then just some overall land stewardship in that area. We also think that the cell phone tower that's in that area may be best relocated within the area, out of sight, screened from Woodfield, but we can talk about that more when we get to the sub-district. In terms of the development zones, D1 along Ansonia, we are considering for very compact, small-scale residential development. We've tested senior housing and workforce housing, a cottage model, with shared parking, very light on the land. And then in D2, in the preferred, a mix of uses that could include townhomes, duplexes, and a low-rise assisted living multifamily use, along with hospitality. There could be a collection of smaller, more agrarian buildings with more agrarian character and scale set within the landscape abutting the orchard area. Okay. So.
Can I ask a question, or
Yes.
should we wait till the end?
No,
Yeah.
please jump in.
Okay, thank you, Mike. A question pertaining to the main access or the proposed or spec main access of the site, of the property. Currently now, you had mentioned AR1 being kind of the primary point of entry. And I'm just thinking about that intersection, traffic, and the neighborhood. And I kind of pose this question to the board just as much to you, but would perhaps a better main entry be off of Woodfield Road, where there's less traffic, less perhaps disruption potential to, like, there's one or more houses directly across the street from that AR1 location on Johnson Road. So does that seem like a feasible alternative, if that's something the board is willing to consider?
Yeah, I think when Mike spoke about it being the sort of primary entrance, it's more that it is the entrance for the kind of interpretive piece of the program.
Not for the park.
We are not looking at making a large parking lot there. We're only proposing 30 spaces, essentially where you have the parking now. And then at Woodfield, we're looking at repurposing the lot across Woodfield, which has over 100 spots, to be public use, as well as parking then associated with the other programs that are located on Woodfield. So we'll show that a little later on in the more developed plan, and we can talk about it more then.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move forward? Okay. So there are 4 site-wide recommendations, kind of overarching tools that would work in concert with one another that we're recommending to implement the plan. The first is a zoning overlay district, and we just a couple of days ago had a call with Chris Sullivan to go through this strategy, and she feels like this is the most appropriate and sound path forward, which is similar to how you have the village overlay district, to create one here, because you don't have any zoning districts that really fit the vision that's been created here, nor do you have any that are close enough to serve as a underlying district with some tweaks. There's too many variables, and she thinks the best approach is to create a new overlay and then pair that with design guidelines, which could be administered by the ARB, like just as you do in the village district today. So within the overlay district, you could have distinct regulations for each sub-district, and you could, some of those would be more geared towards development, obviously, versus stewardship of the land. It would allow you to have uses permitted that you don't currently have in your zoning, like these very small cottage home types. And the process for doing that, she recommended, would be that the Planning and Zoning Board would directly guide a consultant through the drafting of those recommendations, those regulations, and then have a series of public hearings, including your council of government, which would need to be involved because you have a budding municipality. That, along with the development of the design guidelines that would be paired with this, would be, she would think, maybe about a 6-month process at its most expedient sort of way of doing things. So,
Can I ask you a question about this? So you referenced the village district, which was done as part of, at the time of a POCD in 2005.
Okay.
And it was incorporated in the POCD, so the hearings for the village district were at least either right before that time or right as the POCD was being developed.
Okay.
We're currently developing a POCD. Is it, if Christine has indicated about 6 months, is that, that's not 6 months like starting next month and 6 months. We're talking a little further. I know you're going to show us a slide with the years, but in order to take this step of zoning overlay, that process is maybe further down the road. It's not the immediate first step, even though you're listing it as a first step.
Well, I think the first step would be engaging planning and zoning in this discussion, determining how you would draft them, assuming there's not in-house expertise to do that. You'd have to go out to a consultant. That's the type of thing that we often do as a follow-on to this. You have planners on call that have that expertise as well. So you have to determine your path forward for that. So I think that would take a little time to mobilize. But then after you've initiated that, given the calendar for those public hearings and having to notice them, that's where the 6-month comes into play.
Right. So essentially, though, so you have it listed as one of the first steps, but that's basically because it's an overarching view of what needs to be done.
Because you need to initiate it. Yeah, I think the initiation of that process is a first step.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I mean, it's completely up to the town how quickly they would like to move, but it is what we would call a critical path to being able to pursue any of the development on the site, and to be, I think, competitive for grants for the open space improvements as well, to say that, you know, the community, we've gone through this process of the vision plan, but we've also actually changed the zoning here and reinforced that even further. I think that makes you more competitive to go out and find those funds that you need.
So that is a step that we had not taken on any of the previous things that had come up.
And it was probably, I would imagine, a deterrent at some level for developers coming here, knowing they would have to spearhead that process. And I think part of creating the value here for the community in the long run is the town taking that on. That's what this represents.
So you're putting the horse and then the cart. You're telling us this is probably how you should proceed.
I
First
think
do this.
if you would like to attract the highest quality development, be the most competitive for funding for the environmental projects that you'd like to complete, we would recommend you do this because it positions you best for those two things.
Can you explain to me a little bit what zoning overlay means?
Yeah. So there's two ways that you could go about changing the zoning for this site. One would be to carve this site up into different parcels and you have a different zoning attached to each parcel. That's what people refer to as spot zoning. That's really frowned upon because and in the other way of doing it is to create an overlay where you are only writing into the zoning the elements that you need to change relative to the base zoning that sits underneath of it. So the base zoning that sits underneath of what you have right now is residential zoning. It is the closest to what you would need in the development areas. So you're just changing the coverages or the heights or the things that you need and allowing whatever you don't need to change to remain in place. So it's a lighter touch zoning change that is specific only to this site, only to the geographic boundaries of this site.
But to the whole site?
Yes, the whole site.
So the whole 100 and whatever acres?
That's correct.
Does that include or address commercial, though? Because residential is just one potential that would be considered. But if it's relative to the base zoning, which is residential, it could accommodate.
You could change the
commercial.
the permitted uses as well.
Okay.
Yeah. You just want to, you'd like to pick something that is closer so you have less changes that you're incorporating. And
So-
what Chris Sullivan said is there's really nothing closer in intent. I mean, these are all things that you would work through in that process of drafting the zoning.
Right. So,
they're not really details germane to this.
but just to be clear, the zoning overlay district, it's not possible for the Board of Selectmen to enact that on our own. That is something only TPZ can do.
Right.
But a planning consultant wouldn't necessarily be necessary. Couldn't we work in tandem with TP&Z, absent of a consultant? Because you're saying this is beyond your scope of work. You're not the consultant in this scenario.
I don't know if TPZ has the capacity to draft regulations. But
Generally speaking, like we've done, TPZ has done in the past, when they've made changes, they hire a consultant to help them work through what those changes, the means by which to do that. And it is something that, for example, if I'm not mistaken, Cooper Robertson is part of, you have the expertise to do that type of thing. It's not part of our engagement.
It's what we did at Middletown. We helped the town write the new zoning for the waterfront as well as design guidelines that they put in place.
Right.
They use those as advisory. What we're recommending is that they're used in the same manner here. They're an advisory document that the ARB has at their disposal when reviewing the site plan applications for each of the projects on privately owned land in the future.
So, can I ask you a question? So a zoning overlay district can alter the underlying zone in either
No.
direction?
No, it can't
No, I
alter
mean,
the underlying zone.
It would lay on top of
Yeah.
the existing zone, and then we could make modifications.
They're like
just
you could think of it as like line edits in a contract.
Right.
Right.
And they can go either way, like, so let's
They
say
could go more intense or less intense, yes.
Okay, so if TPZ has a more intense allowance, where there's public water and sewer,
Yeah.
we could say, we'd have to convince them, actually, though, this overlay zone could be less intense than the underlying zone.
Yeah, you could do
Okay.
that.
That's important to understand, because I think, I get your point that going to the public with a master plan that includes a zoning overlay that then has some force of law, once it's passed by TPZ, is a stronger position to bring any proposal to the publible.
Sorry, could you repeat
If-
that,
but the
the last
public would
part about
have to
going?
agree with the
This master
proposal for it
plan
to
won't
be
have
stronger.
It's got to go through the normal
a
process.
regulatory,
Yeah.
any
Right, so what
regulatory
you're saying with
stature.
this zoning overlay district option,
Yes.
you're outlining for us,
Yeah.
that would be useful as we move forward, making the plan a reality, right?
Oh,
So it's not
I-
the master plan itself, but it's our process of,
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Moving forward.
absolutely, yes.
yeah. That makes
It
sense.
gives you the ability to dictate what the development, what the permissions are for development.
Well, it gives
Other-
TPZ the,
Yeah,
the
you,
ability.
I'm sorry, you, the global,
We
the global,
lose
yes, the
cut-
town, yes, the
yeah.
town, yes.
Well, we don't have it anyway, though. It's not like we're losing control. Right
Right.
now, the underlining zoning is what's there. So we're asking
Which
for.
is residential A, which is
But you-
1.5 acres.
But-
But we can,
minimum,
indeed,
single family.
put in an application to TPZ to
Not
be
where
heard
there's
for
water
what
and
we
sewer.
want.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So-
Yeah. Given what's
15
yeah.
units per
I'm
acre.
keeping my mouth shut, but
And so that's
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
you see that as the first step.
It is in our list of first year actions, yes. Yes,
Mike, absent of taking this step,
yeah.
we put, let's just say we have this plan, we maybe put something, like, talk me through what it would look like. You said it might not be as appealing to a developer. We've had folks interested in this property in the past. It hasn't prevented them from being interested. What would the process be like absent of this overlay?
If you did not have an overlay and you still intended to either sell part of the land or pursue a long-term lease, you would put out an RFP, a request for proposals for that, and you would hope to have responses that aligned with the vision that this effort is putting forward. And you could, but you don't have it as clearly articulated and legally structured as you would in zoning. And so I think you would get a much broader range of proposals, and you'd have to negotiate that back down. You would have to have expertise on your side of the table to help in that negotiation. Planners and other folks who can help with that. I think it's a more long and drawn-out process with a greater deal of uncertainty about what the outcomes would be. I think this offers you the opportunity to really define what the outcomes would be, not just in terms of intensity of use and density, but look and feel and character. That's what the design guidelines would allow you to do.
Yeah, that kind of goes hand in hand, right? So the overlay district might reference these design
Oh,
guidelines.
yeah, they're absolutely connected documents.
Without it,
in
we'd be
essence-
sending out an RFP for something that is not zoned to be there at the moment.
That's
Is-
right, and that, if I, from the other side, you're looking at it and saying, well, no one has been successful in the last some odd years. We know this is a contentious site, and I'm going to have to budget for that, and it might influence my purchase price. It might influence my negotiation tactics, and I think it's a good signal to send to the development community that you would like to attract here, to say this community, as much as we can be, are on the same page right now.
We're not zoned there for commercial at all right now, so if we wanted to, for example, pursue a boutique hotel, like been mentioned a number of different times, and you wanted to pursue that, if you want to, as Mike said, broaden the investors who would be who would be interested, you're basically excluding those who don't want to go through a process of determining whether the zoning is going to be approved. They're not going to invest money in terms of working with you, negotiating with you, putting together proposals, things of that nature. Whereas if you have the zoning already completed, they understand that they can. Now we're looking for the best person to do it, as opposed to who would like to do this, and we'll tell you if it's going to be able to happen. It is the way that I look at it. From a practical standpoint, it just puts you in a position where you're identifying, you're you're indicating to folks, this is what we're looking for. We know this is what we want. We've done our due diligence in terms of putting it in place so that this can happen. And you're not going through that process with us. We've already done that. And in most cases, you'll attract more investors. You'll attract more people who are interested in doing that, and whatever it might be.
And also, if you look at the timeline, which we'll get to, that RFP might not come out for another 2 or 3 years. The composition of this board may change, TPZ may change, and if you have the zoning in place, that's something that doesn't change. It at least doesn't change easily. Can't change, of course it could change, but it doesn't change as easily.
Right.
So it's a signal to the developers that, okay, even if there's a change in the administration, I know that I'm not going to have to go back into court of public opinion and fight this battle.
Right. So we've had the experience where that village district zoning was in place, and then the Bradley Road development came in, and it doesn't exactly follow what the village had anticipated. So the town is aware that even when you have overlay zoning, TPZ is still able to agree to something else. But I had a quick question about whether, did you budget?
Special exception permit, or how did that work?
Not sure. They did approve something that's being built now. That's not what the overlay zoning had mixed use and like a village green kind of thing, very much like what we kind of envisioned for some of
You've
the.
seen it in my office.
Yeah, so actually though, my question is more, so it sounds like we would need to budget for the planning that needs to get done to do that overlay zoning.
Yeah.
So is that something that you've worked into your cost estimates, or that would be completely separate?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, so that's something we should keep in mind, that these cost estimates of like, the cost benefit analysis of the various approaches, they're all gonna need the overlay zoning, so we'd apply a cost. I don't know if we have an estimate of what that cost is.
We have, we would refer to those as soft costs.
Right.
Design and planning fees, and those aren't included. What we estimated were hard capital construction costs.
Right, but we don't usually have that kind of capacity, so we would have to budget
Yeah.
for it, and we don't have it in next year's budget.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's year 2.
I would say it's certainly less than this planning effort. And I think this planning effort will leave whoever does that work with clear recommendations about the sort of major development standards that should be adhered to, the level of density, the height, the coverage. And I think that that planner will do their own diligence on that and probably bring forward a range for discussion, but I think there's a good starting point for all of it.
Yeah.
So it's a good time to do it because you roll right into it.
Sounds good.
Can I ask just specifically to the D2 area?
Yeah.
We currently have the old country clubhouse is there, and there's recreation there. One of the things we potentially envisioned there is the hotel is mentioned, which
Yeah.
it sounds like that would definitely need a different zoning overlay
Yeah.
for that. But in terms of recreation activities, let's say this was a golf course, that was the clubhouse. If we were to do something along those lines, would that need a different zoning? It's currently what exists, so I'd be surprised if that needed. If we envisioned the small scale outdoor recreation that's there.
I don't think so. I don't think it would.
Because we didn't continue operation, we abandoned.
Yeah.
Is that, I'm not a legal expert, maybe.
So I guess I'm curious about that. I understand it sounds like if we wanted to do the boutique hotel, if we wanted
Yeah.
to have the brewery move up there, if we wanted to have a coffee shop, it would need. You're saying it would need different zoning to happen in that D2.
Even the residential that we're showing would, because it's at a higher density than what you're permitted for now.
Can overlay zoning occur in stages? Like financially, I understand that it might not make sense, but let's just say you want to put an RFP out for a boutique hotel, but you're not ready as a town or a community to do it, to put an RFP out for everything at once. Do you know what I'm saying?
You wouldn't need to do that. You could still put it out for just portions of the property.
But if you're not committed to the plan, let's say we're not committed, the town,
I think that falls into the spot zoning
okay,
side of things.
okay.
Right, so you're saying
Thank you.
sub-districts, so D1, GS2, those are all sub-districts of overlay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's spot zoning
Yeah.
if we go one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Please go on.
Two other really important things. And cover more land area than what we've been discussing. Land management and stewardship ordinance. We think this is incredibly important because there's so much detail that needs to be worked out about things that are going to happen in the near term, things will happen in the long term, who's responsible for those, and specific funding opportunities and who the applicants will be for those. All of that really elevates, in Christine Sullivan's mind, to the level of an ordinance, a town ordinance. That was her recommendation. And we think that that's another kind of day 2 project to get started on. And you could see there's an example here from the city of Hartford. You may be familiar.
I helped write this plan.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's something like that. 132 acres. We think that this property really deserves something like that.
I agree.
That would pair with a community access and recreation plan. So this is more of an operational and budgetary tool. So if you want to do all these programs, and we started to scratch the surface of it with the cost benefit, we've kind of described to the town the types of programs, and we have some municipal service support in this presentation to reflect that. But you really want to go into some more detail on that. What are the staffing and budgetary considerations for all of those things to occur? And how do you ramp up to them? Because you're not going to start them all on day 1. Who are the partners that you can go out and really bring in to share in those costs?
Like conservation sitting right behind you.
That's a whole effort unto itself. We think is another early effort.
So to be clear, everything on this slide is under the control of the Board of Selectmen. This is for us.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
So those 4 together, you can see how they all really work with one another. Well, I think those are all things that you get off the ground in the first year, and you use the land use strategy as your arm. We haven't said bento box yet, so there you go. That's on our planning bingo board. And of course, also consider this deserves a lot more discussion as well. And it's it's really, you want to think about these 5 things are all nested together, is conservation, easement, or some covenant. And, obviously there's benefits to it. You have to be really considered in the boundaries in which you draw for this, because it is enacted in perpetuity. And we know that there was an offer in 2021. We don't really know where the market is for that today, but it should be something that we think is part of the early discussions after this plan.
So I was very excited to see that, and I remember when it came to us, the previous Board of Selectmen, and it really kicked off our process of looking for a consultant, the RFP that you eventually responded to. So I feel like we're coming full circle here, and I hope that the community sees that what the effort that they had made back then is still available, and it's still on the table, and it's here in our presentation. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So we'll pause there. Those are the kind of the big site-wide recommendations, and then now we go into many slides here on the sub-district recommendations. I'll walk through and try to just hit some of the highlights, but again, just jump in. So we have organized these each in a kind of similar format. We first talk about the kind of intent and purpose of the district in a narrative form, and then talk about the permitted uses, in some instances prohibited uses. Again, these would things that you'd begin to pick up and bring into a zoning overlay. And so for GS1, we've talked about what the focus would be: trails, passive recreation, habitat restoration, and excluding any structures unrelated to those uses. And a real focus on allowing the rewilding of the site to occur, bring back the natural landscape, expand hedgerows where possible, work with the waterways and the pond riparian corridors that are there today, be very sensitive to the slopes that are on the site. Even if they were constructed for the golf course, we think you should work with them, not against them, and to leave the site in a naturalistic estate, reflecting that rural character. The alternative scenario, which you'll see come back in the cost-benefit analysis, was to take 17 acres of this GS1 area and to do riparian restoration, pond restoration, and a pollinator pathway. We think that pollinator pathway is a little bit, is more to the northern half of the site than where we had shown it in the south. But again, I think that really gets defined in the land management plan. We think you could have multiple even. There's a cost associated with them, obviously, but they would be a wonderful amenity for the community. Some additional environmental features and considerations. We talked about the woodlands and the habitat corridors, and preserving those to the greatest extent possible, and really trying to avoid any fragmentation when you're thinking about where new trails or multi-use paths would go, considering those enhanced environmental projects. And invasive species management is recommended. How that occurs, I think, is another thing for the management plan to tackle. Does it begin as a volunteer-led effort, or are there areas of the site that really will require professional treatment? I think that's all things to be further investigated. We talked about the wetlands and riparian buffers and how you really should care for those because of the impact on the greater watershed. The steep slopes and soil conservation, we started to put some numbers to where we would want to avoid any grading or disruption. Generally low impact development practices everywhere. So really allowing, providing for a landscape that treats water on site and in situ. And then try to use those as amenities as well. And so plant them with landscape elements that really become an attraction and something that reinforces the habitat of the area, supports it. Carbon, this is really a fabulous carbon sink for the town and for the region, and we want to reflect that in the way that the land is managed, avoiding impervious surfaces wherever possible, maximizing vegetative cover. In terms of light and noise, really prioritizing dark sky conditions. We don't believe pole-mounted lighting would be necessary in this area of the site. Maybe around the parking areas for safety, of course, but not in the center of the site. And if it is provided, very low level, full cutoff at dusk. But I think that's really an issue for the town to think more carefully about. And then we know that there have been birds sighted on site that have been posted to eBird, a community source website. We think continued observation of those bird species is a very important thing to do, and to at the appropriate time open a dialogue with DEEP or the Audubon about that, and hopefully you can partner with them to again be a funding partner and a partner in the preservation of their habitat here. And to your point about parking earlier, parking, we think is just limited to the northwest corner and then some of the areas off of Woodfield. That would require either the parcelization to allow for a town-owned passageway through from Woodfield to, but I think what would be more likely is just an easement pathway that connects you from the parking lot through in between the hospitality and the residential area, or something similar. So, but you have parking there already. It's in good condition. It's better to have multiple small lots to reduce peak traffic in and out of the area on the weekends and other times. So we think distributed's better. Any questions on GS1?
Just a quick question. The earlier you had those 4 goals or steps. Would it make more sense, in your opinion, to get the plans done before the overlay zoning?
The ordinance and the recreation plan?
Yeah, and or the stewardship plan, like have that type of assessment work and those management considerations kind of visualized, mapped out, data-driven to help inform the overlay?
The overlay,
The architectural stuff?
Because I think they're kind of like two pieces of puzzle that fit together. The stewardship and management plan and the recreation plan are for the town-owned land, the land that will always remain under town ownership. The zoning overlay will address the permitted uses on those, but at a very high level, not a lot of detail. They're really more about getting out in front of the development parcels if they both remain in the plan at the end.
I would just like to think whatever's put out for development, if anything, is done in consideration of the town-owned and planned land, and not, separate from it. Like despite us maybe selling a portion or long-term leasing a portion, it should all be cohesively approached. And so that's why I'm just wondering the order of operations. But we have time for that. That's a future thing we can circle back to.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's just how my planning brain works.
I don't think I think if you started both of them at the same time, if you worked on the Hartford one, you would maybe have a good sense for how long that plan would take to develop. I don't know if it would be that much longer than the zoning would take.
It took longer to get the funds, and it was a very collaborative effort. But 6 months.
Yeah, I think you'd be about the same timeline.
Okay.
And I don't think the results of one would, if the boundaries of the sub-district stayed the same, you would just say things like the trails that are provided on D1 and D2 should meet at grade with similar materials to the areas that the town will be providing.
Okay.
You would say things like that. They would just get worked out later on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So for GS2, this is really about stewardship of the preserved mature woodland areas on the site, and taking a very, very light touch to those areas, and we talk about, and you see in this image the kind of trails that we would envision there, just clearings in the woods to be safe, and the only kind of passive recreation would be for the walking, bird watching, and those types of uses. To the degree there's invasive species control necessary, that would occur as well, and selective thinning just to support the health of the forest. And one consideration is is to relocate the cell phone tower from where it is today, highly visible from the center of the site and where you want the most public access to be, closer to the parkway, and out of view from most visitors and potential future residents of the site. This was in fact proposed several years ago. Maybe you're familiar with that developer's proposal. And there's an area, kind of high point on GS2, where we think that could be appropriate with very selective clearing with the previous location reforested in kind. And the pathway could be a pervious gravel pathway and be very, very sensitive. But we think to have that cell phone tower, out of view of the park, of the green space area would be a positive for everybody.
So that existing lease has an end date, and is one option also to just say we're done when the lease is over and take it down and we're not going to put it back? I have no idea.
I don't know the details of
Depends on a number
that.
of different things, but
Could be. If that was the case.
if the,
Expensive to relocate.
Yeah.
You could make an area available and say, if you want to build a brand new one, then you could build it here, but that way we don't have the cost.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Just like a
really,
lease rental.
I think you have to look at the agreement and see what the terms
Do we know
are.
how much longer that lease has? Like a 10-year lease?
It's not
Seems like.
an insignificant cost.
Right.
We budgeted about $1 million for that, including the reforestation, so.
Yeah.
It's, I think in that earlier proposal is probably under budgeted. During negotiations, it was around 400.
Yeah.
And then similar recommendations here about monitoring bird species. So the amenity recreation area, AR1. So this is it. This is I think it was referred to as the Grand Gateway in the document received from the board. We think it's grand, but in a kind of rural agrarian way. You have such special historic features here, and we're really fortunate that they're right on the corner of the site where you already have public parking, and so it gives you a great opportunity to kind of start to tell that story of Roger Sherman's connections to Woodbridge, and then the larger agrarian history of and culture of the town. In this area, a small open air pavilion, some restrooms, which could be composting toilets. They could be simply portable toilets in a elegantly designed structure. But what we're not talking about is plumbing toilets here. We have not included that in the cost. You could, of course, investigate that further when
Or
you get into.
compost toilets.
I'm sorry?
Compost toilets?
We have composting toilets in the cost estimate at the
Okay.
moment. I think that's a discussion with your Parks and Recreation
Yeah.
about how those are maintained.
Yeah.
and
Sure.
What it takes
Yeah,
to
I
keep
don't
them
know what-
functioning
I don't know.
properly, because it's,
We've heard both sides of
Yeah.
it.
and Tony.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So it might be.
I can understand.
might be more
I can understand why there are mixed reviews.
porta potties in a really nice encasement,
Yeah.
Yeah.
something along
Yeah,
those
yeah,
lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I've seen
Yeah, and
function.
look very nice.
Yes.
Look very nice, exactly.
But we think this is we're referring to as a more rustic and pastoral character, as opposed to a kind of manicured town green type character, and just sort of that transition into the naturalistic park landscape. I've touched on, I think, most of these on the permitted uses. The parking would be in the same location it is today. One thing, we'll talk about it here and we could come back to it on D1, but we think that the least intrusive western access point for D1 would be through an easement on AR1. We studied many different options. You could see on this slide the kind of light, you can see with my pointer here, this kind of light colored pathway, which could be just a gravel, look like a kind of a farm path that goes through, only accessible to emergency vehicles when needed. But D1 will need a second means of egress for emergencies in the other, or it needs a big roundabout at the end of that roadway, which we thought would be visually not the right thing to do. The other option that we studied was doglegging around and going into Ansonia, but you have a wetland crossing there in the Roger Sherman farm as well.
So that is not a driveway for the houses, that's only emergency
Right.
access?
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah.
if you drove a fire truck in one end, you could drive it out the other end rather than having,
turn
say,
around. Yeah.
a large cul-de-sac to navigate coming back out the way you came.
Yeah, those cul-de-sacs are 90 feet wide. You don't want that right at your gateway.
Right.
So this is an example of something that maybe that would show up in a zoning overlay, in design guidelines, the recommendation for an easement here.
Right.
Another important reason to do that work early on, because it gives the developer some confidence that that's been solved. Otherwise, I have to go through wetlands mitigation, permitting. Oh, that's the last thing I want, right?
Right. That's another example of why that overlay, that work to do the overlay
Yeah.
is going to be important.
Yeah.
And it also, gives some assurances to the public that it's not going to be, once the developer gets here, he's going to do whatever he wants.
Right.
Because we're going to have some rules
Yeah.
that have to be followed.
Yeah.
Is it possible to establish gates? So, I don't know but I don't know who would maintain them or how it would function. But for the parking area on that at that location, to close it after hours, to have it. I know there's some maintenance consideration. I don't know if gates can be automatically programmed to function at certain times, at sunlight, sunset, sunrise, sunset. But is that something to consider?
Yeah.
But I mean, it seems like just like
Yeah,
a financial
you can do that,
thing.
and I think that would show up in the design guidelines, that
Okay.
you'd suggest a perimeter fence there that had sunset or closure controls.
Yeah.
That's where a recommendation like that could end up in the documents. I mean, we can put it in our documents as well, but if that's a concern, yeah.
Just concerned if bathrooms are there.
Well,
I don't know. I live by a park, and a lot of stuff happens at odd hours that I think we should get ahead of. To
Right. I mean, those could also be locked. You could
Yes.
have the
Okay, that's a good
restrooms
point.
locked after a certain.
I mean, the park I'm referencing has no bathrooms, and so that was things happen irrespective of
Right.
facilities. But I just want to keep that in mind for the neighborhood
yeah.
and police department.
I think we've touched on most of these. We're beginning with some of these recommendations to speak to some of these design standards and issues that you'll want to further articulate, draw, create precedent imagery for in a set of design guidelines. But that the pavilion, for example, would reflect traditional New England farm structures, wood framing, stone footings, etc. That still deserves a little bit more description, both in narrative form and in visuals, and a set of guidelines. Anything else here? The maintenance here could occur with multiple parties. There could be general fund appropriation, obviously, a stewardship agreement with a partner. We also bring up the idea of a Friends of group several times. We think that's a kind of day two initiative that the town could spearhead and helping form one of those. And they can go out and secure their own funding, do fundraising, charity walks and runs and all sorts of things. So I think that's an important early effort.
Can I ask you about the State Historic Preservation Office as a resource? Would that add a lot of time? I know that they got involved with our sidewalk project, and that definitely added some time
To get the property
looked at. I mean,
designated
I think it's a great idea to do that, especially as we're coming up on the anniversary of the Revolution and what Sherman did around the time of the Revolution. So I think we might find some really interesting things. But do we also open ourselves up to, oh, we found something here, and now you have to stop everything you have planned?
It's why we put or a qualified consultant. Yes, you open up the. Yeah, I mean, you could do it if, I think you have to maybe have some conversations with funding partners and say, how much more helpful would it be for us to have an official designation, or could we have a professional study, and just test the waters.
Right. Is that something that we could say we only want looked at a certain area, and we don't want the entire parcel looked at?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you could, especially because the rest of the parcel has already been reused for such a different use. I mean, we're doing that kind of cultural and historical resources study as part of the county-owned farm plan that we're doing in Westchester, and there the landscape architect is leading the study. So you could certainly do something like that.
A different resource.
Okay, so moving up the hill to AG1, the agricultural area. We're assuming that this would remain owned by the town, but maintained by either a volunteer organization or a commercial operator. This is relatively small scale. This is 6 acres, and could take on a number of different programs in addition to the agricultural uses. It could be a place for fall festivals and other community events. We are budgeting for water service to be brought to this area as part of the plan at cost to the town. Cost to the town. But we think that there are no we don't believe that you need permanent structures up here. You may have some outbuildings to support the agrarian uses and some temporary structures for events, but really this is low-touch agritourism vision. And so just some images of that. Open gathering, seasonal programming concepts, educational opportunities, the types of things that you may do down in the Many district, but here just focused on food and agriculture. And in terms of site design, we talked about some small accessory buildings, maximum 600 square feet is what we're recommending as outbuildings, water service. Parking, you could consider, depending on the scale of the event, some temporary parking, because remember, we are recommending a multi-use path for emergency vehicle access that goes through the site, and you could use that to access a field parking area in this location. But during normal days and events, you would park in either the public parking areas to the north and south.
We do assume, though, that service vehicles for the farming operation would be using that what do we call it?
Multi-use path.
Multimodal path.
Yeah. Okay, so now transition into D1. So, in D1, this is the kind of ribbon of land on Ansonia in between in the former fairway in between two hedgerows. Envisioned as small, single-family cottage-style units, under 1,000 square feet is what we've tested, in clusters with shared parking areas and a single access drive with a public entrance off of Ansonia, 300 feet back from that intersection with Rimmen, so it does not have to be signalized. Development standards. This is the beginnings of what the zoning overlay would begin to dictate. Based on this illustrative hypothetical, we think the maximum coverage would be somewhere between 35 and 45%. Maximum building height consistent with some of your other residential districts, 2.5 stories. We think an important thing to also build into the zoning here is a setback from Ansonia, something between 75 and 90 feet, which is what we're showing in this hypothetical sketch. And then parking 1.5 spaces per unit, but clustered together in between the cottages.
Can I ask you a question about that setback?
Yeah.
On a state road, I think our zoning setback is 100.
Is it 100?
Is it possible, and don't quote me, we have to
Yeah.
check that, but if it is 100, all the other houses are 100,
Yeah.
could we do 100, or is that like a make or
I
break?
think you
went up to
could.
90.
I think we are at 90 now.
Another 10?
So 10 feet, I think, is within sort of a design contingency.
That's possible.
I think it's very possible, yeah.
I just think that if we could do that,
To be
then
consistent,
the neighbors
yeah.
could all say, okay, well, I'm
Yeah.
100, you're 100 too.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I think it's
commensurate.
doable. I think we are threading the needle.
Yeah, I
with
know,
this
you're getting
development
close, yeah.
site To avoid many site conditions. There's the, there
Yeah.
are the existing trees along Ansonia. There are the existing trees to the south of where we're showing housing. There's the wetland setback near the Roger Sherman site.
Yep.
There, farmland soils.
And the setback from Rimmen, too.
So, right, so right now, it's a very delicate balance, and I think, ultimately, when the zoning recommendations are written, you'll have to find the right balance for still allowing something to happen that would be enough for a developer to find it viable.
Yeah.
I will say, and we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but we think we're at that threshold now. The number of units here really, it'd be a major challenge if they went down for a developer to be able to meet what we think are the margins that they're expecting for this type of product. So we're
Specifically on Ansonia.
on Ansonia. I'm talking about, yes, Ansonia.
Say that again, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The number of units that we're showing in our test case, 24, is really at the threshold for what we think a developer would find viable here in a return that they would find competitive with doing projects in other regional locations.
That's if this is looked at separate. If it was looked at in conjunction with some of the other things going on, that might be different.
That would be different.
Right, and also these are currently, in our study, about $500,000 home, each of these cottages. So they're modest, they're small, they're very suitable for a senior cottage, but it's not, you're not building the big.
It's amazing when we talk about $500,000 being modest.
Yes.
I know.
It's astounding,
Well,
but
it's
that's
only
where we
1,000
are.
square feet. I think that's the key,
But
right?
that is
And what you're saying is you can't go smaller than that because developers won't be
You
interested.
can't go with fewer units.
Fewer units.
How many units is this?
24.
24, okay.
The site prep costs get amortized across these, and the more units you have, the lower it is per unit.
Right.
And again, we're getting ahead, but we are also assuming that, well, for this site, what's the town investment for this site? It is,
For this site, it's fairly
it's minimal. It's D2,
Right.
where we think that the town really does need to get out in front of some of the remediation and provide a kind of shovel-ready site.
Does it provide a potential developer, if they were doing this, a long-term lease versus a sale, which might fall into what we want to do?
We talked about that. We think that the long-term lease for this scale project is very challenging, and what we think the best that the market would probably provide would be a kind of a $1 a year lease, if you will, and the taxes covered by the developer, similar, if I understand the Lucy Street arrangement correctly, similar to that. It just is, we searched high and low. We could not find a comparable that was anything less than a few hundred units where a lease was considered. You need more scale for a long-term lease. And if this was envisioned as a for sale product, that makes it doubly more complicated to then only have it on a long-term lease. That would only really work with a rental product as we see it.
Understood. Thank you.
And these are envisioned as for sale. These are
Mhm.
owned.
Mhm. Yeah.
Mike, I understand the reasoning, I think, for putting, like, in your drawing, the driveways and the access on the property side
Yeah.
to limit traffic and risk or impacts, I would imagine. To me, just from the environmental lens, it makes more sense through that lens to have the bigger buffer be between the homes and the open space, the conservation easement, the GS1, if that's right. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Everything's
So you mean set these closer to the road?
Correct.
So that they're
correct.
less
And I know that
fragmentation.
has an impact on neighborhood aesthetic and potentially traffic. Everything comes with a compromise.
Yep.
So just I don't know.
David, did you have a thought on that?
Well, just, a lot of the plan seems to do any pieces of it. A lot of the rest of it has to be some very expensive upkeep or redesign of what's there, and talk a lot about pastoral vistas and things like that. And, we already know that the property attracts lots and lots of dog walkers.
Yeah.
And if you put people there, living there, they're going to act like they own this property, or they're going to have access to it right in their backyard. So, in springtime, I frequently see the occasional dirt bike over there cutting up the place and doing things because they know they're not supposed to be there. So there's more policing needed. I would imagine that's going to increase with all of the people you put in there, because some of them are going to bring their own toys, and so I just wonder.
In the 55 and older set?
What's that?
The 55 and older set? Or
Those are the real troublemakers.
So, but if we keep it.
55 is the new 40, right?
When I was 55, yeah. No, but just bringing in residential and your model, I'm assuming, is going to account for the fact that once we put residential in, we really suddenly have a really big upkeep for the property that isn't residential.
There are ongoing maintenance costs in our cost-benefit profile. In the preferred plan, it is a very low-touch maintenance plan. We'll touch on that when we get to the cost benefit. It's really just the selective mowing of the paths. The rest of the plan, the rest of the GS1 area is really a rewilding project that sort of naturally occurs. I wouldn't think of it as a kind of manicured park pastoral landscape. It's very much like it is today in the preferred cost benefit scenario. And I get to your point about the homes there. I guess you would hope that they wouldn't feel, there's more of them, I grant you that, but I would hope they wouldn't feel all that dissimilar than the Woodfield homes that are in the south that actually sit within this block as well. They back up to the park. I never got the sense from the community that they held a sense of ownership over this landscape that was greater than anyone else.
It's kind of hard to get from a lot of those properties through the wetlands that are there without getting, without getting stuck. But I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will add that when we get to the cost benefit analysis, we do have some town services costs accounted for in the analysis. One of those town services that's included is a full-time additional parks maintenance staff person. Conversations to this point with the police department have suggested that adding this amount of housing would not require additional staff on their end. But that's, of course, a discussion that you all would continue to have as developer proposals came in.
And I'm sorry, we didn't address the comment from Selectman Urbano about the roadway location. But that's something that this is an illustrative hypothetical, and I absolutely could foresee that if you did solicit developer proposals, you would find
different
multiple. You would find architects who come in and have a different location for the Ansonia Road entry and make their case for it. I think if I would say if the board feels strongly about one direction or the other, we can build that into the recommendations. I don't think it rises to the level of something you would put in zoning. I can't see that. But we could talk about, the priority to visually screen that from the GS1 area, if that's a concern, and to do some reforestation or expansion of the hedgerow rather that's there today as a priority for GS1. That kind of puts it in the town's court to do that.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
And, in that roadway, we've debated whether or not it really needed to be asphalt as well. There's some what's the compact aggregate with some
Decomposed.
like a decomposed granite kind of aggregate that feels like a farm road that can also provide emergency vehicle access. So it looks like a kind of gravel road, but it provides all of the necessary fire access.
Well, that's for the emergency vehicle piece?
Yeah, that could be that gray road doesn't necessarily have to be asphalt, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that could be in design guidelines. So I'll move us along here. So just further narrative about the architectural character, really a reflection of agrarian buildings, farmhouses, more on the carriage house scale. And you see some images of what that could look like with deep eaves and pitched roofs, standing seam, etc. And we think the landscape character would be similar. We're not thinking ornate gardens here, but again, like smaller farm gardens with more native plantings would be described in design guidelines.
Within the development area, though, the maintenance cost for any
Yeah.
landscape that's not individually owned would be carried by an HOA
Yeah.
arrangement, not by the town.
Correct.
So what you're recommending here, this all goes in the overlay zone or in the architectural review ordinance?
Architecture review document.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's more to do with the
It's an
zoning.
advisory.
It's TPZ is
It's
in
an
charge of that.
advisory document they'd use during site plan approval.
Okay, but that, again, that's not us, that's TPZ that's
Yeah.
in charge of that process.
Yeah.
So this,
Yeah.
this sort of, everything that we're envisioning here would have to be something that TPZ adopts.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to talk with TPZ.
Agreed.
Okay, I think we've touched on,
But heights, setbacks, number of stories, those are things that would be in your zoning.
that's in the
overlay.
zoning.
Yep, again, TPZ though,
Yep,
not us.
TPZ.
Mhm.
Okay, so for D2, the preferred plan has 3 primary uses: townhomes, assisted living, multifamily, and hospitality. And we think that this could be undertaken by a single developer. That developer, a developer may bring in partners for that if they really focus on residential, but they don't do hospitality. You may see a partnership come forward for this. You may see them request to only develop a portion of it and request further subdivision. In this preferred condition. In the alternate, remember, it's all townhomes on the hospitality area, so you're more likely to get a single developer there. You may also see a developer, I suggest a master development plan, something that is flexible about where buildings go over time, but does lock in some permissions early in as part of their site plan approval to expedite things later on, increase value. Sometimes we see that just so they have more value in the property in case they decide to sell it one day.
Can I ask you a question about when we said preferred?
Yeah.
I wasn't clear that preferred meant all 3 of these things. I thought we talked about options.
Uh-huh.
So, for example, if it's the assisted living and it's an assisted living campus with some
Yeah.
independent senior living or workforce,
Yeah.
you wouldn't also have these other elements. Are you envisioning this at, like, do we have the opportunity to say, well, preferred is only some of these things and these others are actually alternates to that?
Well, what was requested as the 2 options, the preferred and the alternate? One, the preferred did contain all of these elements, but the alternate had workforce townhomes in lieu of hospitality. So that's maybe more what you're describing, that it was purely residential.
Yeah, maybe it is the
Um,
alternate. I'm thinking.
So although we only have an illustrative concept for the preferred, we have cost analysis on both.
So I guess the reason I ask is I'm wondering how in the final
Yeah.
product,
Yeah.
how disarticulated we can be with this. Can we
I
pull
think-
things apart?
I think the point when you should really bear down to make the decision is when you put out the RFP and decide whether or not you make some of these uses mandatory in the response or optional.
That's where we would say optional.
I think that's
So-
where, I would leave it all as permitted now.
Right.
And then when you issue that RFP, you could say you need to provide assisted living as part of your development program.
Right.
Or it's an option.
Right.
I think that's when you make the decision.
Okay, so I guess the question would be the way it's going to be presented in the end, in your final document. I don't want to scare people off. This is
Yeah.
very intensive development here,
Yeah.
right? So if we did want to retain that option to sort of tailor the RFP in a way that makes it more optional, I just want to make sure that we're communicating that to the
Yeah.
public, because
We can, I think that would come down to how we describe what we mean by permitted uses.
Okay.
That none of them are known to be required yet.
okay.
And again, permitted uses are TPZ's territory, or is that ordinance
Ultimately,
territory?
TPZ's territory based on your the recommendations in this plan.
Yeah. So that's where we're gonna have some back and forth with TPZ, because
Yeah.
they may want more intensive development than we want,
Yeah, yeah.
and we're
But,
gonna have
but
to
our,
talk about that.
the RFP would still be under our control as opposed to TPZ. So the zoning overlay, they would have control, but if we were putting an RFP, what we'd be asking for would come from us, not from TPZ.
Yeah, but then we're gonna run into, in the past, the RFPs that were responded to, the thinking by the public anyway was, oh, they may be saying one thing, but they can switch it because I see in this zoning overlay that it's allowed.
Yeah.
So that's
And
where.
we've already seen that happen, right?
And-
On numerous occasions
Yeah.
with developers.
Yeah.
Because they want to make money.
Yeah, I mean, whatever's on Bradley Road right now is there.
Is it, were those parcels
Specifically.
that the town
New buildings
was
going up right now.
selling, or were those on private?
No, we
That
didn't
was-
own that.
That
See,
was
the
private.
difference here is that you're selling it and you can put a deed restriction on it that
Okay.
could be more
Okay.
onerous than the zoning.
So the deed restriction would be announced in the RFP, right, if we're intending to
The
put a
intent
deed
for
restriction? Okay, so that's where the RFP would be more teeth.
You could say the buildings need to be purple. I mean, it's a deed.
Nice.
You know, like,
Okay.
But again, the deed restriction comes from
I think that's
From
from
us.
you all.
Yeah.
Come from us.
from us.
From
'Cause
the
we're-
landowners.
When we
Well,
sell it.
So-
Well, ultimately, the
From
voters have to agree.
It'd have to
Yeah,
be
but I mean,
though
as
But it
opposed
would
to-
be in,
before we'd sell. Like we would have to do it before we.
yeah, I mean, we need the
With-
legal advice for it, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's,
But I think what we've given you
we'll see.
is in the illustrative plan, not the maximum amount of development that could occur here. But we did test the whole combination of
Yeah.
options, because I think there was interest in seeing what the result of that would be.
Financially.
Financially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, ultimately, if you're going to do a zoning overlay, you want it to allow all of the things you might want to be able to happen on the property. You don't want to have to go back and change it, you know, every time you realize, well, maybe we did want hospitality there after all, or, you know.
Right. Okay. But
And how do you view this assisted living proposal, if you will, relative to affordability issues? Because I'm thinking that a lot of the people in this town are their income levels are beyond what would be called affordable housing or anything else. And if they wanted to get into assisted living in Woodbridge because that keeps them in their town, they're not going to be, that's not going to be an affordable thing. So are we going to, I just don't understand how we meet all of these goals, because it does seem to me that some of this interest is driven by different things other than just wanting to do something with the land.
I think it is difficult to meet all the town's goals on just this one piece of land. I think that kind of gets to the heart of the matter in a lot of ways, and I think at the point at which you're developing the RFP, revisiting what you think the town's highest priorities are. It will be a few years from now. A lot of things change in a few years, and I think it's a judgment call for town leadership to make about where they place those priorities with this precious bit of land that you have to really meet your goals in a direct way, more direct than changing zoning in the village district and waiting for the market to come. You can really drive, you're in the driver's seat here. So I guess my answer is I don't think I think it's a decision you want to make at the time you're going to make it, and leave the options open now. But from our analysis, our understanding of the POCD process today, where the needs are in the community, both of them are high. And can't quite pick between the two.
Both being senior housing.
And workforce affordable,
Affordable.
yeah.
Right. So in this area, the housing that you have, the more dense housing that you have here, is that market rate, or I guess we're gonna see that in the
It could be, you could have a percentage. We did not model it in our cost benefit, but you could have a set aside percentage in the zoning. If you are building more than 10 or 12 units, then you need a percentage to be affordable, yeah.
But these units are envisioned as bigger than the ones on Ansonia,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
just
Yeah.
by design,
Yeah.
literally, they're
Yeah.
gonna be more expensive.
Right,
Yeah.
but in the
More square
alternate
footage.
where we have the workforce housing there, those would be
Those are
smaller
small again.
units.
Mhm.
So in that alternate, we have, 28, I think those are 1,500 square foot
Mhm.
townhomes. These are the larger model that we presented with the previous presentation, the three bedroom, 2 bath with a garage, versus the smaller units up on Ansonia. So those are kind of we put all the possibilities in the plan so that you could see that
Right. Is that-
impacts, financial impacts of both, and
Right, does that kind of
Right.
qualify as like that missing middle, kind of, is
Yeah.
that size
Yeah.
is more missing?
It's a
middle,
little
right?
lower than missing middle, but it's kind of at that lower threshold.
Okay,
You know,
that's good to know.
one thing that's not on this slide, we're going to ask about, and I think I know the answer, is, so what we're showing here is a maximum coverage and a maximum building height.
Right,
If you were to wipe the slate clean and draw 3-story buildings at that maximum coverage all over the site, that were apartment buildings, you'd have a lot of units. Do we want to consider, as part of the recommendations, a maximum dwelling unit per acre density? It is not a tool that you currently use in town. You use coverage and height together to manage density, unless there's some districts I'm not familiar with. Do you use DU per
yeah,
acre?
so this is the little disconnect I think we're having here, because the new zoning that went into effect December 2nd
Okay,
is a lot more dense, where there's sewer and water.
Right.
And we're talking about bringing sewer and water here, so
Right.
that's gonna be this, and it's 15 units an acre, right?
so a consideration here is that
And 4 stories.
the next time we meet, we bring some recommendations about DU per acre based on the sort of level of intensity and density that
Well,
we
so
understand.
You weren't here at the beginning of this meeting,
Yeah.
but there's another
Yeah,
development that's happening in town and being proposed.
uh-huh.
Yeah, and I don't know what kind of appetite we have for bringing that same interest to this property.
Well, I mean, the way to manage it would be dwelling units per acre cap instead of coverage and height. Because coverage and height with different types of units different types of building
Yeah.
can
I mean-
mean lots of different things. So
Yeah.
I think that we should put some recommendations in the plan for that and visualize what different densities look like for you all. So you see what's the most someone could do with the way the standards are being recommended. Because that, again, that's not what ultimately is going to be zoning. It's going to get massaged by someone as part of the overlay process. But it'll be a starting point.
Right, and that's where we were saying we have to talk with TPZ because they've already changed the zone.
And that, the 15 units per acre and the 4 stories, that still requires a special exception permit, though.
Yes.
That- Stories
certainly Yes, it does.
Right? That wasn't just change, I think that was an exception.
They're all by, the zoning changes for special exceptions. It's not by right.
Right.
But it seems like for this property, we'd have the opportunity to do a zoning overlay that would not be connected to those other zoning regs.
Yeah, it could be less intensive, but
Exactly.
It could also be just as intensive with 4-story buildings.
Again, we
with
own this
special
property,
exceptions.
That's the biggest difference is this is our property.
Yeah.
Right?
So we specify what we would actually, as I say, we would make an application to zoning in terms of what we're looking for, and they would rule on that application. That's one of the tacks we can take on this.
So we're the ones who are applying for the overlay, and we have the specifics on it.
Correct. So we
Okay. Well, that's different.
we
Yeah, that's-
determine
yeah,
exactly
that's
what goes in
Yeah.
there and what we want it to be.
All right,
Right.
that's
And then
on
we-
record, that we
yeah.
feel that that's how
Well-
we would consider at
Well,
least
so-
pursuing
So we would apply,
that approach.
but
Because it's not
TPC
private
has
property.
Because it's
to
our
agree,
property.
and if they don't agree,
Or the towns.
they can change it.
They
Can we
change
withdraw
what?
our application?
No, they could,
Oh,
they have, they rule on what we ask for.
And not more?
What do you mean, not more?
If they want more density, could they say, oh, you got an application that says this density, we want it to be double that?
Well, it's still our
says
property,
that?
right, to do an RFP and decide on what happens, so.
If TPC says that. I have no idea how it works.
I don't either, we need to learn more.
Yeah. We'll get a lot of questions, I'm sure.
Yeah.
This, we have the ability to dictate as a town, we have ability to dictate what we put on here. That's the bottom line. When we do a zoning, it's through zoning, the TPZ is who would do it. Obviously, we would be specifying what's in the best interest of the town in terms of what we're looking for, in terms of what we want to do here.
And that would be on a deed restriction when we sold it, because we're going to have to sell it.
But we don't necessarily have to sell it, we don't know that for sure. It's likely, based on what we're hearing,
Yeah.
that that's probably the direction we
Well,
would
I'm
go.
listening to what common sense says we'll have to do.
Well, we didn't sell Lucy Street, and we have 30 units of housing there, and it's on a long-term lease basis, so.
And that
what-
came with a lot of state assistance, correct? A certain
No.
amount of, for the builder got assistance.
If they might have got their own assistance, from our perspective, we provided the lease in order that enabled them to do it. So it would be similar, as Mike pointed out, similar to what we did at Lucy Street.
Okay.
But I don't know if I completely understand what the line of questioning is, and I'm certainly not going to respond for TPZ, but it's something we can identify, isolate, and define as far as what we can do. But my sense, and the way we go into this is that we're the town, this is our property, we can dictate what we want and what we don't want. When we go out to RFP, we can specify we're going out to RFP for somebody to put something on our property. So at that point in time, as long as the zoning doesn't restrict it, we can't go out there and say we want a 7-story building, because that's what we want. If there's nowhere in town that exists, and that's not consistent with what we've been doing. But we certainly can say we want architectural requirements, we want.
And that's under our ideal circumstances of we own the property. But if we sell the property, whether we sell it with a deed restriction or just under an overlay situation.
But we would sell the property also. If we were to sell the property, we would undoubtedly do it in a RFP type scenario where we would be looking for developers to buy the property who were going to do what we wanted them to do. And that can be specified, just like you specify anything else in an RFP as to what you want them to do.
Yeah.
And the people who are going to respond are the people who are willing to do what you want them to do. And, that's the way the process works. So, and that's the difference between what's happening here versus what's happening on a private piece of property.
Yeah,
That the
I understand
regulations
that.
that are in place, okay.
I understand that.
I understand.
As part of that selection, they would provide plans, visuals of what they would propose, and that's part of the selection criteria. You're judging how well they're fulfilling the goals that you all have laid out. If you do have design guidelines, do they adhere to those? Do they adhere to the zoning? All of those things you have a chance to pass judgment on and negotiate before they're selected. And then if there's any further tightening of the obligations, you could do that in a deed, if that was necessary.
And we mentioned it before, but there is a vote that's needed either at a town meeting or a referendum.
Yeah.
all of this is worked out before we even present something to voters. It's not worked out after they're voting.
Right.
Right? So we would have this
Yeah.
in writing as a deed restriction as a result of the RFP that we've selected.
Another reason, as was mentioned, the zoning kind of comes before, because you have to have it in place. If you're going to put out an RFP, you want to know what capabilities are there for them to be able to do it.
Yeah.
So
It's a
you know,
different way of doing it
it
than
only
we have in the
comes,
past.
what we're putting forth to the public is specifically a deal.
Yeah.
So it's after you've gotten past all of this and you're at the end of the process, that's
Absolutely.
when it goes to the public to say, yeah, we agree with you, or no, we don't agree with you.
Right, as opposed to the way the one that did go to referendum did not have the zoning already done.
Right.
The Toll Brothers one from
My understanding
2011.
was,
no zoning,
Zoning wouldn't change.
was not.
okay.
And this
I
is-
don't
that's why
remember
this
what
is
the
a different
zoning
approach.
was there. I don't remember at what point in time
Just
we had any
resi.
density in our zoning, but, you know, that's, I
Well, it
don't
was
know.
said that it would be worked out afterwards.
Okay.
It was recognized that it had to be worked out, but it was not worked out before the referendum, from
Yeah.
memory.
Got it.
And that was a sale.
That wasn't sound.
Do we have to go to referendum if we control the property in our
Yes.
lease?
If we're selling
because of the
town-owned
amount of-
property, we have to go through the
For a
town
lo-
town meeting,
long-term lease,
town
we have to go
meeting,
through that, yeah.
or a long-term, multi-year lease,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what the particulars were on the Toll
Oh,
Brothers,
and when
the
they were
original
still
Toll
on it?
Brothers
Or they
property in terms of
developing?
the zoning at all. I just don't remember.
I think so.
I think it's in that write-up that provided.
I'm sure it is. If they did a write-up, I'm sure it is.
Okay, so the one takeaway from this slide is that we will come back with some density recommendations to add a kind of further level of guidance here. Were there any other questions about the development standards for D2? They're broad because there's a lot of uses to consider. We do see the asterisk by 4 stories. That's not a true 4 stories, but we think that the site where the tennis courts are today, because of that large elevation change, that it would make sense to partially submerge some parking there. So it's really a 3-story building sitting on top of some parking at a lower level. We think that's a smart way to use the land. And it's set back from Woodfield, so you could screen it with landscape still. But you'd want to be very clear about that in your zoning and guidelines, so you don't have a developer coming in and with the misunderstanding that 4 stories is permitted. So that we need to be very carefully worded.
And that 4-story is only for, if that's the assisted living facility.
You could further restrict it, yes, just assisted living. Yeah, you could do that too.
In this concept, that's the only 4-story that's included in the
Yeah.
entire concept.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. We talked about the easement. We think we need a public access easement from the parking into GS2 for the public parking across Woodfield. Discussion here about architectural character. You know, what really makes these larger buildings successful is breaking down the mass and making them not feel like such a big building. Design guidelines are really helpful there. You talk about breaking up roof planes and extending entries and all of that. We've talked about it in narrative form here, but it really deserves more guidance. The landscape here is really transitional. This wants to feel natural, but really part of the overall landscape concept. So small scale, more informal spaces in between these buildings. It kind of feels like an old farmstead in some ways. That would be the goal. Environmental considerations. We didn't touch on this with, these recommendations are also in D1, but we looked at the ecological edge effect strategies, the mitigation for that, and provided 5 recommendations because that was a topic that came up before. It's a really hard thing to quantify without an actual plan, Because, but we think that these are the strategies that one would want to make sure were employed in a site plan review process.
And these environmental considerations would be part of the
Desi-
overlay district?
Design
standards?
design guidelines, I think, yeah.
And the architectural review board would be looking at that?
Yeah,
Yeah?
they should
Okay.
be capable of, because it's a
Good.
site planning issue,
Right,
yeah.
makes sense.
I think right now, you do have a few architects on that board, from what I understand.
I don't know when the last time they met.
Um,
Architectural review?
It was a
Yeah.
while ago.
But, yeah.
And it doesn't apply to this area. It's only in
Yeah.
the village district that the architectural review board applies.
Right, yeah,
So it-
I don't know if you'd make a new one.
We'd have
or
to do something.
You would, yeah, and maybe then it's appropriate to have a landscape architect on this review board because
Yeah.
it's important.
A lot of landscape.
It is something we would want to look at.
Yeah. Primary points of access, we've talked about repurposing the cell phone tower road to the north. And that's where we're showing an improvement to that area and connecting through. You can see the cell phone tower's been relocated in this illustration. You know, I think we've done, in this test case, we've left the parking configuration as close to what it is today. We would hope that that would be the case too, to reduce the amount of site disruption needed. There are a number of, this is where the greatest collection of contaminated areas are on the site. So there'll be demolished structures, there'll be some brownfield cleanup that will be necessary. And we've costed it in a way that these areas would be remediated to the point where they're ready for construction at a residential level.
That's where you're showing the loop there?
Yeah,
That's where
the maintenance buildings were.
And what do you envision there in this?
In our test case, that's where the spa, a kind of small cafe is up there too.
The kind of upside down L-shaped or three-pronged building is the 40 Key Inn.
Okay.
And then continuing deeper into the site, along the roundabout, you have a spa and an event, like a banquet hall type of event space.
So, and that's basically right where the old shed buildings were?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we don't go deeper.
It's quite
Right.
a beautiful part of the property, but right now it's obviously got old concrete slabs and remediation needs to be done there. And then down closest to the road, we're showing a restaurant or a brewery with a affiliated outdoor kind of patio space.
The parking lot on the lower right-hand side of Woodfield, that's the existing one? And it's not in the property?
No,
Who owns it?
the town does.
Yeah.
We already,
Yeah.
wait, but that wasn't part of the country club before?
Yeah,
I don't know if that was part of the country club property.
yeah, it is.
It's,
Well, it doesn't look like it on this map as well.
It was not part of our
Yeah,
formal
not a
study
part where
area.
you did.
But we have talked about it being used for public parking to access the open areas. And as overflow parking for events, if there's a commercial use here.
Right.
Yeah.
it's considered a different piece, David, believe it or not. It's considered 25 Woodfield instead of 17 Woodfield. And it's that whole right to the point of that triangle is our property, which includes that parking lot.
Yeah, okay.
You could, in the end, decide to proffer that piece of land as well. There's a logic to keeping it town-owned, so you always know there'll be public parking there, accessible on your, as you dictate it. You know, it's really a question for the town.
It says Town of Woodbridge here.
I mean, I would think it'd be a nice thing to keep ownership of.
Yeah, the only issue there when it was a country club, the crossing that street is a little
Yeah.
dodgy with little kids, but.
Yeah.
But then there wasn't nearly as much housing as there will be now.
Yeah.
You'll get more dodgy.
For D2, in addition to what we the town's capital investments in remediating, which there are lots of opportunities for grant funding for. We think the other principal investments here are to upgrade the water service to this area and the sanitary sewer service. And we would expect those to be done in coordination with the water authority and the sewer authority, and perhaps even share the cost of those upgrades as well. But for the time being, they're showing up as solely town cost and the cost benefit, just to take a conservative approach. But both of those upgrades are necessary and needed to have any further development in this area.
So you're saying that we would pay for that before going out to RFP, or?
I think so.
Okay.
Again, it's a decision for the town to make. It increases the value of the property. You would be in the best position to bring those authorities on as partners and sharing the cost of those upgrades, more so than a developer. There could be a three-way split potentially. You see that sometimes.
It would also be something we could apply for grants for.
That's what, and
Yes.
there's also grants, because this has economic benefit to the town, and to the region. It's about cleaning up an environmentally
The brownfield.
contaminated site.
And
You know,
if the sewer and water upgrades are to enable housing to happen on the
Correct.
site.
There's-
then
There seems to be
yes.
money for that these days.
Yeah, and that sewer and water coming from New Haven,
yeah.
when you upgrade it, that means you can do more water, more sewer, whatever. So there has to be capacity or some kind of, does there have to be I'm assuming that means you have to negotiate with New Haven to do all that.
You would.
It's a
you would-
regional sewer
Yeah.
authority.
Yeah.
Just another piece.
It's another reason why we don't think that RFP would be ready for a number of years. There's a lot of ducks to put in a row
Got it.
to increase the value of this site. You won't be spending all of that money yourselves, but you'll be reaping the benefit of it when you sell the land for a higher value later.
In a negotiation like that, what does the provider of sewer service and water service get out of it, other than more customers?
More customers, and perhaps the ability to upgrade some other lines, other segments of their line that they need to do.
So in terms of timing, though, so you're suggesting we have that not just applied for and get any grant money and have it like under contract, but you're thinking it needs to be completed before we could go to RFP, or could we just say contingent on us doing this?
I think
we'll
you'd
get it
want to
done?
secure the funds, and you'd want to have a contractor ready to go.
So securing the funds is also securing our share of the funding, so this is where we
Yeah,
have to bond.
your share, their share, I think, because after developers selected, there's a period of negotiation. They then have to do site and architectural design and go through site plan approval. You know, they have got a whole process after selection that is a year and a half. So, I mean, that's why you see that timeline
Yeah.
is really not until year
See it in a
4 or 5.
Right.
So you have time, but I would start on it soon.
So
I
one last
do
question about
think-
the
Go ahead.
cost. If we have to put, the town of Woodbridge has to put a share of this up, I don't know whether we bond or pay as we go, or how we get that approved. That's is that a
How do you mean?
referendum? If we need $1 million for sewer extension and water extension, we don't have that in our back pockets here. So we would put it into our budget process and just put it in our annual budget as a capital expense? Or we could go out to bond separate, but we would need a town meeting or a special town meeting vote or a referendum for $1 million. I'm just trying
It
to
depends,
understand. when
again,
we would-
it depends on what the grant requires. There's many grants that require that whatever the cost is, you're paying 10 or 20% of it, as opposed to the complete percent.
And for us,
Percent of
it's
it.
75,000 has to go out to,
For which?
like, capital expense in excess of whatever dollar amount has to get approval, right?
To expend? Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess if it's under that cost, Mika, is that what you're saying? Well, then we could just put it in our budget?
What I think of is what's happened with the $8 million grant we got from here. We also had other grant money that we were able to apply toward our portion of it, if I'm not mistaken, Tony.
We did, which we
So-
put in the budget.
Which we put in the budget. So
Right.
yeah, there's
The annual
different
budget.
Annual
opportunities.
budget,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So there's different opportunities. It depends on what,
Basically, pay-as-you-go capital.
and it depends on what's available and what else we can get.
All right. So that helps when we're about to get to your implementation
Yeah,
roadmap, so let
here
me
we
not
go.
delay
That's a
that.
good segue.
Yeah.
We've broken this out into 4 time periods. The first year, it's laying the foundation and early action. And we've broken these up into different buckets. The first, community access and programming, land stewardship, policy and planning, and then the private development timeline. And so for community access and programming, we think that there's the opportunity to launch right away an invasive removal pilot program, volunteer-led, or perhaps with a partner. Design and budget for some of the early wins, as we're calling it, some signage, some critical pathway repairs to make sure the site is safe and accessible, and then launching the Friends of group. Phase 2 and 3 environmental assessments, we're doing phase 1 as part of our contract, can begin right away. Could perhaps be done in parallel as well. And that would lead into the application for brownfield remediation funding. And it's not included in this presentation, but the next time we see you, we'll have a more comprehensive list of grant funding sources that we're going to gather from all of our team members. And then beginning the demolition of obsolete structures, everything from the clubhouse to the old driving range netting, just cleaning up the site. In policy and planning, we've talked about the zoning overlay district being done in combination with design guidelines and the land management and stewardship ordinance and exploration of conservation easement or covenant. And then for private development, I think you can begin towards the end of the year looking at the process for legal subdivision and some of the necessary studies that you'd have to do as part of that. And that's something the town council could begin to advise you on. The second and third years are really focused on simultaneously remediating the site and providing greater activation. You'll really have to think carefully about how you do that because it'll be sort of an active site. So it really could be limited to the northern portions during these years. You would begin at that point, if you haven't done it already, to design and budget for some of the improvements in the amenity recreation area. So really designing that whole area as a project, bringing on a landscape and architectural team for that. And we think at that point, you could probably begin a more orchestrated events in programming as well. Now that the early wins have been implemented, you have pathways that are safe and access that's been organized. The land stewardship continues on, and perhaps funding and partnerships are acquired and established at that point. The community access and recreation plan, we think, is something that you really do want to engage residents on. And you might have your hands full in year 1, so that we thought a year 2 thing, but you could certainly take it on earlier. And then towards the end of that period, we think you could begin to solicit interest from developers as well, and begin negotiation of those agreements. In year 4, the planning picks up even more. Those larger capital improvements could be constructed if you're able to budget for them, and with a selected developer, they would enter into design permitting phase with the projects being implemented in years 5 and 6. And it's really 5 and 6 that you've now have the site fully activated, and we'd recommend that you really come back and review the status of things, and did it meet your goals, and do you need to enhance funding or operational resources for this? Is it working? You'll be going through a very busy 5 years, but we really recommend to the folks we work with to take a pause every once in a while and reevaluate. So that's kind of a roadmap of efforts, and you see the beginning is really an extension of planning still and setting things in motion. You have a few years before you have to go sort of outside for investment. And just some illustrations of what the quick wins could look like. Volunteer programs, Friends of for invasives could be set up. Right away you could begin with informal hosted events. You get all those dog walkers together and do what they call mutt struts. Just bringing visibility and awareness that things are happening, positive things are happening. That volunteer group are really your community advocates out there sharing the vision. And then we've of course talked about the overlay and design guidelines process. But we think these are all things that, with your time, that you could do in the first year. So this is a kind of segue moment into the last part of the plan, or of the presentation. This is the hypothetical that we've been reviewing. One way that this could look in terms of in terms of green space design, in terms of design of these development areas, and this is the basis for our cost-benefit analysis. The cost-benefit analysis we conducted slightly differently than the last round. These are all in today's dollars. That is consistent. But what we've done is we've broken up, you can see on the right-hand column, the one-time fiscal impacts from the annual recurring. And that's because there's so much uncertainty about when the timing of these different events would occur. We thought it would be more clear for everyone if we just simply stated these as isolated costs to avoid trying to create a kind of balanced checkbook in any way. We think that that's just the better way to think about it. And then we thought it would be helpful to just further describe what the town capital costs were in the 2 major areas of investment, which would be in AR1, the kind of gateway area, in D2, and the totals for those.
So you had those together as one number here, is that right?
In the one-time fiscal impacts, the capital improvements number is all of the town capital costs rolled up into one number, and that's for all of the areas. But then just to kind of give a little more color to what that number includes, $650,000 of it is in the AR1 corner. And that's something that certainly could be fine-tuned. It does include a higher dollar value for landscape improvements just for that one corner than on the rest of the site. There's money in there for new interpretive elements, the new pavilion, the new enclosure for the portable toilets, improvements to that parking lot, trails improvements. So all of that, I think, could be tailored to your budget and your appetite going forward. But at the moment, there is that $650,000 in there for those 4 acres in the corner. And then the D2 capital.
Can I just ask, is the thought to sell that corner?
No, not at all. So
By the
in the
sale.
one-time fiscal impacts in the top right corner of the slide, where it says capital improvements, those are town costs.
Okay, so that's
So-
not aligning, because to me it looks like a row with AR1 4.39 acres.
Oh, no,
I'm
those are
sorry,
two columns.
two
Yeah.
separate
Line right in the
columns,
middle.
two separate columns. So
Yeah.
on the left, we're just describing again what's in
Yeah, sorry.
each of the zones.
Yeah, no cost associated with
And
that.
then on the right,
Okay.
we're describing the
Lump sum.
overall
Right.
cost of
Mhm.
the full preferred plan concept. And then just to help sort of understand what is in that $4.5 million capital improvements cost, we broke out a couple of the areas down below in the italicized text.
650 and
So in the
2.6,
D2 capital costs, that's the other big piece of town capital costs. We've included new trails, all of the sewer and water upgrades cost, which we discussed, there might be grants to offset. Environmental remediation, which again, there would likely be grants to offset. Demolition of the clubhouse, demolition of all the existing old foundations and slabs and the pool and associated areas, unnecessary paved areas. That's all in the 2.6 million. So those two things account for the vast majority of the town capital costs. And then across the rest of the property, there's demolition of cart paths that are not really needed, improvements to the trails that you do want to keep,
So
very low cost landscape, numbers per acre, not including any kind of major landscape intervention.
So what's the difference? Or are those things contributing to that $1.2 to $3 million
Difference.
difference?
Yes.
Okay.
In the appendix that we sent is all of that detail.
Thank you.
Right,
We-
the full
we-
breakout.
That's okay.
Line by line, ad nauseum.
So, in your final presentation, will you have more detail here so that we can understand timing of these costs? Or you just want us to?
It's so speculative.
Right.
The way I would view it is that the one-time fiscal impacts, which could be spread out over time and offset by funding and partnerships of, call it 4.5 million,
Right.
is on one side of your ledger. And on the other is when the development in this illustrative hypothetical is online, you have annual net a positive revenue of 1.8 million.
Once you start collecting property
And
taxes.
yeah, so that's year 6, 7, and so just in a number of years, 2, 3, 4 years, you're now in the positive.
Right, so this is
Um,
the overall snapshot. When we're done with the project, this will be the impact, but for us to understand how we're gonna get from point A to point
That-
B, we'll figure it out.
I think we'd be paralyzed by the variables of trying to write
When
down
the
some of these
timing is.
costs with funding and grants and partnerships and just too many assumptions.
But I do think, the town has already begun looking at grant opportunities for some of the remediation. So you could relatively quickly understand how much of that cost would be offset.
Yeah.
And how much has to be bonded, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the bulk of it, that's the 2.6. Right?
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, I guess we can get some grant money for the 650, right?
Yeah.
That may be a little bit more, yeah, I mean, that's where you go after steep, or you go after the, what do they call them, the ones from,
Chippa, whatever that
no,
is.
what's
Yeah.
the one that comes from the legislature?
And you may not do it all at once. The pavilion may not be built for a number of years, right?
Yeah, so
You know,
those timing issues are for us to figure out when we
Yeah.
can build it.
Yeah.
We're currently looking at a small grant that we're hopeful on in regards to just this next step of remediation, like the phase 2, I think it's called, Tony. So that's looking positive, but that's very small. That's a small grant. That's just to get things going. But ultimately, particularly where it comes from a brownfield standpoint, as we mentioned earlier, the larger grants are available if they coincide with plans for housing.
Yeah. And that,
Land some restoration to our land historical business from the brownfield, but Dale, that was one of the things that
Yes. That's one of the things that Dale is working on right now, is to try to see exactly what we need to do and take the necessary steps to start to apply for grants to help us in terms of,
if you think about Middletown as an example again, when we were finishing the plan, they had gone through they were a little bit ahead of you in the phase 2, 3 evaluations, but they were applying for the Community Investment Fund grant for the remediation of the riverfront. They were awarded $12 million, but they're not starting with the residential areas, they're starting with the park areas. So you don't necessarily need to start with residential areas, just you'll want to, so that you can have those sites if you intend to sell them online and generating revenue for you. But you could start in GS1, AR1.
which is relatively important, because if the developer's going to start building homes there, they're the better shape, the better shape things are in, the better.
Yeah, and you don't know, you may start in D1 where there's no contamination.
Right.
Right. So, was there anything else to point out on this?
Yeah, I think the financial scenario that's presented here is for all senior housing. In the detail, in the estimate that you received, we also have some analysis of market rate housing in the D2 area. The main difference from a revenue and cost standpoint is the education cost. So if there's only age-restricted housing on the site, we did not include a number of students or a per-student cost for schools. We understand that the issue is more complicated than that, in that if seniors move out of their homes, we may have children moving into those homes elsewhere in town. But we can't really speculate on that. So we've just looked at the all senior housing, no education cost model, and then on the next slide, we looked at the impact of having students in some of the housing proposed.
And in your model, it's 26 students in how many units? Is it 58 units total?
It's
30?
D2, wasn't it 24, 28?
26.
It's 28 workforce townhomes and 24 workforce cottages.
So that's
So
57, if I'm doing the math right?
So it's 52, and
Don't
then
quote me at this hour, though. It's 57, 52?
52.
Do we
And
have
then
the
in discussion with Goldman and York, their recommendation was that you consider for every 2 children that you imagine might live in the development, that 1, on average, is new to the district. And not that in a family, 1 student is new and the other one isn't, but that some families that move to the development
So for
already are
children,
in
we
school
are
in the
assuming
district.
that we're pulling, but for seniors, we're not. Does that make sense?
No,
if we think some of these families will move from within town,
Right, again,
We're,
it's,
we're just not
we
making an
should-
assumption about who moves into their home.
we took Goldman and York's recommendation, which was that if we are providing housing for families, on average, it would be one half student per this type of unit.
okay, so that's what you're basing this on.
Yes.
What's the
We could
configuration as far
certainly-
as the bedroom situation, Betsy? Because that has a big impact on what to anticipate. Do we know,
Right,
like,
they use the specific number of bedrooms proposed
to come up with the number?
to do their analysis,
Mhm.
yes.
Okay.
Um,
So we're
that
looking
being
at,
said,
we're
you know,
we're
if
looking
you-
at workforce housing, or the workforce housing portion of it is more than just
And the-
studios and one bedrooms.
Right, and that's in our
Yes.
detailed,
Yes.
you'll see that in
On the
cost
appendix.
estimate.
So,
Okay.
so that assumption applies to workforce, to all houses other than senior,
Yeah, other than assisted and senior.
other than assisted and senior.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And that's only embedded in the alternate one. The cost benefit summary for preferred plan doesn't include
Right, because
that.
it's senior and assisted.
Okay.
So 52 units equals 26 kids,
Half a kid.
26
half a kid.
new kids. And I think.
And whose statistic is that?
That's Goldman and York.
It's Goldman.
The number is very, what we're using is very simple. It's just the average of the cost of to add a student to the Amity district or the Woodbridge district.
Yeah, that's what they're all leading.
Right.
The average between the two, which is somewhere like
Yeah,
around
so you understand those
$29,000.
costs behave completely differently though, right? So every single student at Amity is that cost. We get the bill. At
Right.
Beecher, a student could move in and have no cost, really,
Right,
if
which
they can
is
be
why,
accommodated.
you know, we have to make our best, there's no way to be completely scientific about it because we cannot say in 5 years you will have 18 students in the classroom, so you'll have capacity to add X number more, so if we build this much housing, you know, that's
Right.
that's.
So
too
roughly half of
speculative.
the students are gonna be Amity students and half are gonna be Beecher students. So if you've
Why-
got
why
26.
do you say that?
Because,
Why is that?
the number of grades that we cover, right? So we've got K through 6 at Beecher, and we've got 7 through 12, but the costs behave a little bit differently
we've
at
got-
secondary school.
In the last 5 years or so, we've had increases at Beecher without having increases at Amity. In
No,
other words, the
that's-
elementary kids, people who are moving in seem to be people with younger kids who are moving into the school system.
Right, but that bubble that has gone up to Amity is the reason why our Amity budget went so high this year.
Yes, because of the Beecher children that are now moving on to
Right,
to the Amity School District in
Right.
the middle school. So,
but that's where the cost really gets big. We have the impact in our budget this year, we know.
Yeah, and because.
but
this is
that's
our-
reflected on here.
I just want to be careful with these numbers because we have a very sophisticated public that has a lot of opinions about these things. And if we are using factors here, but then we're not going to use a factor to say, oh, some seniors will move from within town. 25%, maybe 50%, who knows? But if we don't pick a number and then do that equation to say, and then those 4-bedroom homes are going to be filled with children. So I don't know that we can say the
The cost
first
is zero. So
option has zero impact on the schools. A
what
little-
what
I wanna be
percentage would
cautious with
you be comfortable with us modeling? We can,
I don't feel comfortable.
I don't know.
With that, I mean, we're
Yeah.
just making it up at that point, and I
Yeah.
think that's.
But I just do want to flag
That's
that.
the challenge of trying to
Yeah.
quantify this, and we kind of made what we thought was our best, estimation. And we know, if you were to say they're all would, Beecher students, you have that number and you could apply it and do your own test to say there's 4
And there's
for
so
every
many
household,
variables, you don't know how
Right.
many.
That's,
We've been having a challenging time finding a model that works for our community because there's some very unique reasons why people move here. There's jobs down the street, we're close to major highways, we do have an excellent school system, but there's lots of things that make us unique from other towns that have 1 or 2 of those factors, but maybe not all 3 of them together. And so it's been a challenge to find something that can reliably estimate that, and of course, as neighbors and as citizens, we see what's happening with our own eyes, and, what happens when a home,
Right.
turns over ownership and who moves in, for the resources that our town has to offer, so. It's a challenge, and we're, I think, collectively all trying to find the most responsible way to move forward on that. But I don't know if there is a model that works well for us, because all of the models predicated on birth rate aren't applicable to us. That is one thing that our studies have shown, so that makes it even more difficult, because most of the models are predicated on birth rate, so.
Right, and I think, if you have data that's, okay, we have the last 5 years of data, and we know based on that how many students we would be adding, then that's,
Right.
That is another way of doing it.
Yeah.
That
But
could
I
be
think
done.
Sheila makes
That
an
doesn't come
important-
to 0.5 per unit, right?
Right, but I think that's an important distinction, Sheila, the difference between how the Amity budget is calculated and how the Beecher budget is calculated, because, the cost per pupil for the Beecher budget is just the total cost of the district divided by the number of students. Beecher's absorbed, I think with the numbers that we got today, close to 90 students in the last 4 or 5 years. And in that time, we've
Not a
added one
20,000
teacher.
per student cost.
Right.
Well, this year we increased by 15 from the beginning of the year, and we went up one teacher in one class. So,
Right.
which is,
Any buses?
it's not $20,000 times 15.
Right, so in that way,
The
this
buses
is-
So there's no
went
way.
up,
But to
it
your-
wasn't,
number.
that had to
Because
do
of
with
those
the,
15 students.
that had to do with more with the length of time the bus was running than the capacity.
But to your point, you've specifically asterisked it because of these variables. So those are considerations that go into what we're doing, because there is no way. The other variable is how many of the people who do move from Woodbridge to this development and leave their homes open, how many of them were moving anyway? They were going to move
Right.
somewhere. They chose here because there was an availability here, but they were going to move somewhere anyway. So the variables are such that there's no way to get any definitive numbers, so keeping it in mind is what you need to do as you move forward.
But there's a history sort of a developer coming in using some national statistic that says we're only going to have a half a kid per unit. And everybody knows that for us, that seems insanely low. And so that then kind of poisons the well on people accepting your entire premise because one number doesn't work right. And so we're always better off, I think, probably assessing it higher in some ways to understand that people aren't going to believe it if it says it's something like the developer's only issue is to make their profit. And we haven't had a developer come in and say, oh, yeah, we think it's going to be 1.2 kids for every 5-bedroom house we put out here. And they haven't then said, well, if more than that come in, we'll pay for the schools. No, they don't do that, right? We don't get that kind of a contract. So, and there's a good reason we don't get that kind of a contract, because they know they'll lose a ton of money. They won't make their profit.
Well, yeah, it's a unique problem to have here. I think there's a way to responsibly plan for it, but something that was brought up by one of our Board of Education members is there are development situations in New York that they're familiar with where that's one of the stipulations of purchase of the property, that so much money has to go towards the school system in some type of an arrangement to help plan for that. So there's some creative ways we can kind of get around that, but I hear what you're saying. I think when they give out that information, they're using models that are used. So I don't think they're making up those numbers. It's just that we've seen that those models aren't applicable to our community. They're fair estimations.
The second alternate plan does what you're suggesting, I think, David, in that it overestimates what it would be. In other words, you're saying 56 units, 26 kids.
That's a half a kid per unit.
That's a half a kid.
But all at the $21,000 rate, right? Knowing that
At
with each
$21,000
kid, you're
currently,
not-
it's about 26 for the kids that are.
That's the
Well, I
average.
use-
Some
I use
places
your-
will have
No,
none and some have
the number that this school gave us.
Amity.
Yeah.
Amity
Both
or
schools.
Beecher?
Just about,
Yeah.
just under
And that's
22,000.
today. I mean, this is all gonna get billed in 2030, so.
And this is all,
We could
right,
estimate
all
these
today's
all.
dollars, so,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
All of
sale
it.
revenue will be higher, all of the numbers will be higher
all
on both sides of the ledger, right?
So, but if we wanted you to change this so it's not 26 and we just change the formula,
Yes, and also,
we could build that in and
I
just.
realize I didn't include the Goldman and York sort of explanation sheet in the appendix, so we can send that out to you, so you can see how they based it around how many bedrooms are in each unit, and evaluate it from there and give us your recommendation and what you think is, how you'd like to adjust what they recommended for what we carry.
I mean, that's probably embedded in the POCD too, right?
May I ask
From
a
them, you
question?
mean?
One of our
We'll get to it.
goals or thoughts with this approach of being really inclusive in the planning of options is so that we could tinker with options and numbers and scenarios and see potentially within this broader scope scenario what might make most financial or fiscal sense, or so these are lumped numbers. If we wanted to look at, instead of 50 whatever units, half of that, or understanding there's a threshold for developer viability, how would we do that? We'd go to the appendix and come up, use Tony maybe, or ourselves to come up with some sub-scenarios, I guess.
If you had the appendix, particularly in Excel.
Right,
Then-
which we don't have either,
Oh,
because it's
okay.
produced by the
Then I
cost
could just tweak
estimator.
the numbers.
But I think,
I could put it in Excel.
The other consideration is if you cut them in half, do you find a developer who wants to do it for that
well, that's
quantity?
what I did say.
What they're doing.
Understanding
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
threshold of
Right, right, right,
viability.
right.
But you do also have the option, I mean, we have our feedback period, and then you can give us comments, and I think if there are specific scenarios you want us to look at, within reason, we can't look at every scenario, but within reason, we can run through those numbers for you.
And I would just keep the end in mind in the transition to the next step, which is we're trying to recommend permitted uses and the density and intensity of those uses. So number of units won't likely make it into those recommendations because these are just test case hypotheticals, but what would make it in would be coverage, height, perhaps density, dwelling units per acre, which we talked about adding to this because it's a helpful way to control the density. So I would think about it that way.
So how?
Instead of thinking about it by trying to manage the revenue and costs, I would think about what do you envision the appropriate level of density and intensity to be, and for that I would use our test case as the visual for that. You can even go back to some of our previous scenarios that had the number of units illustrated in some of these areas, if you're thinking about alternatives.
Just one thought is, what if it was just the boutique hotel and some of the rec and associated amenities that come with that in this D2 area, and not additional housing options? What would that look like financially for us?
Yeah,
So-
we can give you that.
Well,
I think
and
what
I
you're,
want the board to weigh in on
That's
that.
that's the
just
kind
like-
of disarticulation I was talking about.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
I think what you will find is that capital improvements number doesn't change that much.
Okay.
And your revenue number goes
Yeah.
significantly down because the biggest revenue generator on the site is going to be the assisted living.
Right, so if we kept in the alternate plan, we keep the assisted living, but we, instead of market rate homes, we make them senior homes and we make them,
That's the option one, preferred option.
The preferred option right now, the numbers reflect senior homes.
Senior, assisted living, and then the big blip.
well, townhomes, senior or market rate, right, in option, in the preferred plan.
Sorry, yes, that's what is in the preferred plan, but the numbers, and I can clarify that, well, I guess it says it there, but, the numbers that you see on the right are for all senior housing.
Okay, so even though it says market rate there,
Yes.
The plan, the size
It's
of the
still
units,
senior.
and
Okay.
Yeah.
would
yeah.
be suitable for either one, and the layout suitable for either one, but the financial analysis on the right is for senior.
but for the alternate one, if we wanted to game that out a little bit, would we be able to see what it looks like with not 28 units of workforce, 30 units of senior housing, in addition to the assisted living? What if it was just assisted living and 20 units of senior independent living? So that's less intensive development. I guess what we need to balance is has to pass with the community, right? It's going to some sort of referendum at some point. So that's
Right.
what we're trying to create here.
Yeah, and I think, we have had a good amount of public feedback that housing for seniors is a priority. But also, of course, a lot of input that no housing of any kind is a priority, so.
Yeah, it's a balance.
So I think as part of our normal course of providing feedback, you could provide us with some specific scenarios which we could adjust our model for. And then, but I think what Betsy said is absolutely what you should expect, is that the capital cost to the town and your offset by funding would stay steady.
Right.
It will just take you longer to recoup those costs because your revenues will be lower.
Right. So one of the things that we sort of can present to the community as well, though, is this space that we are leaving as open space has value to the environment, right?
Yeah.
So we've talked a little bit about how do you value that. So you have a slide, the next one, right, that says to be developed. That's not, you're not going to develop it. It has to be developed
We
later.
will develop.
No, no,
You
we
do
will.
not
Okay.
currently have it, but we will give
Okay.
it to you by the next time you come to you.
And is this the kind of information that will help us say, we're trying to make the case that with the part that we're leaving as open space, it's not just that we're leaving it as open space and we're going to invest X amount of dollars to make it enjoyable for people who live here right now. It's kind of the investment in the future, the planet's future, et cetera. So a way to do that so that people see what our vision is.
Right,
That's possible.
and I think also, just to say, no matter what, there are certain improvements that we see as necessary to the site to make it a real public space that doesn't have,
Yeah.
trails that are falling apart, that has places where our seniors can walk, that addresses
Yeah.
all of the chemicals and the.
Yeah, real improvements to the
Yeah.
environment.
So we intend to provide this. We had recommended that we include the AR1 improvements in that, if that's okay. I see nodding heads. And then we have a few slides on the environmental analysis that we conducted. It's hard to read up on that screen, but you can see we've done analysis of the existing versus proposed for agricultural, well, I'll just go through agricultural land, just the smallest of reductions because of an access drive at Ansonia that we talked about, the easement there, but it could be done and as a permeable, low-impact pathway. We do have in the appendix the I-tree baseline versus proposed analysis. As we said, we've struggled to use this tool as a reliable reporting mechanism, and I think the what illustrates that is that it actually shows that there's an increase in storage and sequestration because of really the failings of the way the software interprets the inputs. You can't put a plan in. You were still just picking random points. So it doesn't show the desired or accurate results for this. Yeah.
Are the data being derived from maps from a computer, or have you been to the site, taken measurements, and entered inventory points of specific trees?
It's
We have not done that.
Okay.
It takes an
No.
aerial,
Okay, so you're basing it off
basically the software picks points.
Yes.
We can pick as many as we like, but it may miss, the parking lot.
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah.
next time we run it, it might pick different points. So it's not as accurate as we'd like it to be.
Yeah.
Understood. There is a way to do it with actual inventory
Yeah.
data.
Yeah.
So that's why I was
Right,
interested.
yes.
Yeah.
Certainly that approach is less.
I know. I felt like we were like,
reliable, as you've well articulated.
yeah.
Don't we
yeah.
have inventory data in that Moorhead report? Is it
In
suitable?
in the Moorhead?
Yeah. There's an
It's
appendix.
not in the deep forestry report, but I'd have to look again at the Moorhead.
Take a look
I
at the
think you
appendix.
have the Moorhead.
Okay.
I think you've
Mhm.
reviewed that
We
already.
reviewed that.
It might be.
Because I think he
When was
did
that
that.
done? This
Well,
2017,
we were trying to
2018.
I don't,
have an apples to apples comparison with what we would use for the preferred plan analysis,
Right.
which turned out that we just can't make it accurate
Yeah.
with that
There's
software.
limitations.
But we did, we spoke with other partners out in the industry, sustainability consultants, said for this level of planning with the kind of scope that, this study has, it is really the closest, and it still kind of fails. Connected habitat, a small reduction there of about 15–16%. That's because of the development zones on the north and the south. No change to endangered species or ponds and water bodies. Meadows and grasslands stays the same, as do woodlands and forest essentially, because in the base case we don't have that enhanced level of restoration.
Mike, this is all for the preferred, correct?
Right.
Not alternative?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. A small increase there in impervious cover. We are removing quite a bit with the remediation. Invasive species removal. They do exist on site. It would be part of the volunteer effort, but we haven't budgeted for it, so it's not included. No floodplain and no impact on the wetlands or the wetland buffers. Stormwater summary, we've provided a narrative of that as well, and included a number of low impact development strategies that would find their way into the land management ordinance, and we do identify that there be some new on-site stormwater storage needed in the form of a BMP, a kind of storage basin that could be included in some of the on-site roadways as well to kind of be landscape features, but you would need an area for that. Yeah.
Can I just back up? So impervious cover, it's really, with this preferred option, it's only 2.6% increase. With the Ansonia and all that's on D2 and that parking area,
Well,
we didn't, that seems low to me.
yeah.
Well,
Me too.
we can double check those numbers with Lincoln, but I think that part of it is that we're removing some paved cart paths throughout the site, so we're offsetting.
And the parking lot, the tennis court areas would be removed. The clubhouse would be removed. Yeah, we'll double check that
If
number.
you'd be
We
willing,
will.
that
Yeah, no, of
number-
course, of course.
Um,
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, we'll look at that. And so that's, oh, we don't have the last slide in here. The last slide was just the schedule again.
And
So-
just back to that environmental analysis, do all of these rows or categories incorporate like edge effect?
No, I don't think they do. No.
So there just needs to be, just like with the schools, like an asterisk here,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
some of these things are just too challenging or
Okay.
unfeasible, or
Yeah.
you'd have to make too many assumptions
right.
to account for accurately. So I have some reservations about like
Yeah.
the accuracy.
We can condition these.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll condition
Okay.
these in the final,
Thank you.
for sure. Yeah. So that brings us to the end. We've covered a lot of ground. It sounds like there's a little bit more exploration in terms of the cost profiles, but it sounds, but the bulk of the front end of the presentation, the recommendations, seem like both that they are the format that is desired, and it's covering all of the content that we want to have expressed in the recommendations. If there is anything that you think is missing, or anything that you'd like to be described differently, this is the time to let us know. Because when we come back to you next, we would like those to be the final recommendations. You'll have one more time to review them in the final document, but we won't have a meeting for that.
One of the concerns that I have is in regards to the workforce housing on scenario 2 in particular, or both of them for that matter.
Yeah.
Even the senior housing that's, or the age-restricted housing that's in D2.
Okay.
The size of it is significant. You're talking
Okay.
2,400 square feet, which is 2 and 3 bedroom homes.
Yeah.
And, I can tell you, obviously, we get no kids with the Toll Brothers, which is that size or more.
Yeah.
I think those are closer to 3,000 square feet, frankly, but because they're age restricted, we're not getting it.
Yeah.
But obviously, on the market rate, that would bring in, I just don't see,
Yeah.
based on every analysis study that I've seen, even working with Goldman in York, 2 and 3 bedroom homes are going to bring in more than half a child per unit.
Oh, yeah.
So I'd really like to make sure we hammer that out to
Okay.
make sure that's a more stable and accurate, so we understand. And you've done it by square footage. It might very much help to see what we're talking about in terms of bedrooms, if that's possible from the construction
We
people.
do have that.
Oh, you do have that? I
It's
didn't
in
notice
the
that.
appendix.
Oh, it does
I
say.
don't think it,
I did look in the appendix. It does say 2,400 square feet, and then it says 2/3
Yeah.
bedrooms, so.
yeah.
Right.
But, or I would wonder about an option in terms of that for something less than that, something like, with 1 bedrooms or I don't know if you can do that necessarily. That's more on a rental scale. But
Well, that
I'm
is-
just wondering if there's another way to realize that the financial benefit and limit it to the space that we were looking at, but but gear it more toward
Smaller.
young professionals and new young people moving in and things of
And
that nature.
Yeah, I
On
think
the
that's
market
what we
rate.
have in the alternate scenario, the workforce housing proposed at Woodfield. Those are 1,500 square foot
Okay, they are small.
units.
No, on Woodfield, on Woodfield,
Woodfield,
Yep.
yeah, it's, in the alternate, those 1,500 square foot units are replacing the hospitality component. So you
gotcha.
would have a mix of the smaller units, the
And the
larger
larger units.
units, and the assisted living in that case. But so we do have numbers for, the 1,500 square foot units are replacing the hospitality component. So you would have a mix of the smaller units, the larger units, and the assisted living in that case. But so we do have numbers for, the 1,500 square foot units are replacing the hospitality component. So you would have a mix of the smaller units, the larger units, and the assisted living in that case. But so we do have construction costs, and
Mhm.
we can run numbers on a scenario that has only those 1,500 square foot units, if you think that's more the direction it should go.
And I'm not sure if there's another option to provide housing, workforce housing that's consistent with what our view is. And I think you've got a sense for what our view is, physically and, you know, in otherwise, that's more consistent with lower space, bedrooms, whatever you want to call it. You know, in terms of
Smaller square footage.
yes, smaller square footage.
That's the only thing
basically.
that's gonna keep the cost down, right?
And also, you know, potentially gear it toward, you know, groups that you would think would be looking for a space like this.
You
know.
would just need to be prepared for more units.
More
units
units.
so that it becomes a financially viable project.
More units within the same space.
Yes,
More density,
yes.
greater density. But not necessarily greater density up or anything. I
No.
mean,
No.
we're talking.
Smaller, but more. Because we on the back end are doing math to look at what the margin will be for a developer. And we're targeting 25% plus a 5% for soft, you know, for the permitting design costs, but 25% takeaway, which is what we understand, you know, their financing partners are going to be looking at. Can you achieve those returns? So that's what we're doing on the back end, and if we feel like we're putting together a development scenario that doesn't meet that, you know, it doesn't make sense to base the land use strategy around it.
Right.
So we're happy to test it, and we'll just let you know if it crosses the
Appreciate it.
line.
And then we can figure out the numbers, and I'd
Yeah.
appreciate that.
And I
Yeah.
think that's part of why we put the smaller units on Ansonia, because the site costs are much lower there
Right.
for the developer, because they're not dealing with grading and rock, and, you know, it's sort of a
So you,
relatively level,
Right.
ready to go site there, so you could, your margin, your profit margin is better because you're spending less. If you're just building, you know, 30 units, most of your cost is that you're putting a road in and the utilities is affiliated with it, and the cost of building the units themselves, as opposed to dealing with rock, regrading the site, and all of those.
We have tennis and pickleball courts
Right. And
in
those,
D2,
Understood.
which
Yeah.
is solely a cost to the developer in our model but accessible to the community.
And if it can't be done, we're not trying to force it, not trying
No,
to
no,
shoehorn
and we
this at
talked
all,
about
you know what
that.
I
We
mean?
said
So
if this doesn't
we
work,
want to
we
make
need
sure
to
anything
pull
we plan
that.
for is viable.
But it still worked, so we left it in.
So, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
'Cause generally speaking, we're looking like approximately 30 acres of what I'll say is disturbed, developed, D1 and D2 are 25 acres. AR1 is about 5 acres, so approximately 30 acres in terms of development, and 120 acres of green space that we need to figure out how best to manage and how best to do it.
Yeah.
Add another 10, 15 acres of, what do you call it, edge factor, you know what I mean, where you want to keep some distances, and
Yeah.
you're still at, you know, less than a third of the property being used, or 2/3 of the property, over 2/3 of the property being used for
Correct. Public access.
the way it's, the way it is now, and just hopefully being able to afford to take care of it.
Yeah, we have to see those numbers still.
Correct.
Right?
Understood.
Out of curiosity, in your cost analysis, have you, and I haven't looked at the appendix thoroughly, I think we got that this afternoon, but did you account for like cost of increases and cost of development? Yes.
That's why we specified that everything's in today's
Today's
dollars.
Yeah.
We did not factor in escalation on anything, including tariffs.
As we make our decisions, we'll recognize what the local what the current market is, and we'll have to adjust accordingly. This gives us a sense,
Yeah.
a scale.
There
So
are
that-
contingencies,
There are
but contingencies for
contingencies.
the fact that we're doing this at a planning stage, but
Right.
we did not do escalation.
on either the sale prices or the capital costs.
Good
So
point.
it's all in today's dollars.
So it's actually, it kind of works in your benefit because the upfront capital costs will be sooner, the sale will be later.
And this is all with sale and not leases.
Right, we think that a lease would generate just essentially an honorary annual payment, dollar, like a Lucy Street. And then the developer would pay for the property taxes each year. So if you'd like to, think about it that way, I think that's
understanding
good.
what you're saying, Mike.
So no revenue from.
No revenue from the sale.
Lease, only from the property.
No
taxes.
revenue from the lease, but only from the taxes.
I mean, wipe that out and.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously no sale revenue because it's a lease, but we're not making money from the lease, we're
Right.
just making money from the property tax.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I just
If you
ask-
could, actually, if you could break out the sale price of the land, I guess it's probably there in the appendix, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I haven't either, Andrea.
Can we have time, so I know you're getting feedback right here and now.
Yeah.
Can we also have time to look at the appendix?
We have a week.
We
have a week, a
5
week,
days
yeah.
or
What we
so.
normally
Next
have, same
Wednesday.
thing as usual.
Yeah.
We have a week, correct?
Correct.
So
Okay.
you've told us pretty accurately what we need to do to attract developers, like,
Yeah.
in terms of, oh, well, that probably won't work because nobody's going to want to
Right.
go at that level. And that's because the developer really knows what their risks are, and they're going to go broke if they violate those laws of what risk and reward are. I'm not sure that as a board that historically we've ever, if we were accurately identifying the risks to our town, we probably wouldn't see as much criticism of the tax rates and the way our taxes have been going, certainly recently, based on decisions that were clearly made thinking that, oh, well, there's no risk or we can afford it. And so I'd like to know a little bit more about, well, if this isn't right, if this is wrong, what are the real risks that we're engaged in? Because it seems like there are a lot of great words in here like passive and, things that make you feel nice and safe. But if we take a decision about going down a path and we're even reasonably wrong about things like, well, the big costs that we're going to see in the future, that could be kids in the school with the need for a new school. We seem to have taken on some capital costs historically. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but now it seems like, well, maybe we were just overspending for things. And because our tax rate has been climbing, we have been in the top 10 in mill rate in the state out of 169 towns. So people know that they're going to get a good education, but they're also going to pay more tax on a $500,000 home here than they will pay on a $500,000 house in 159 other towns.
That's David, I'll challenge you on that only because I do remember doing analysis and comparing our tax rate to that of Weston or Wilton, and I can't remember which one, but I can do it again, and I will do it again. And when you compare mill rates and you compare homes, you can't say a $500,000 home here is the same as a $500,000 home in Wilton, because it's just not. The $500,000, $555,000, here's what I'm saying. If you have a 3-bedroom Cape here,
Right.
and it's $500,000, a 3-bedroom Cape in Wilton is $800,000. So their mill rate times at $800,000 and our mill rate times at $500,000
Don't
worked out to be very much the same.
Mika, don't use that kind of math to misinterpret the fact that the biggest issue we get on surveys is we are overtaxed. Now, maybe people just feel that, but I think we've seen our taxes climbing at a very rapid rate. you know, if you look back where we were 15 years ago, it was a very different situation. And we may have felt that we were well off and so forth. But things have been going up, and they've been going up at a more rapid rate than you would expect based on simple things like math, like the cost of living increase. Our schools have gone up, as Tony has told us, quite a bit more than what the inflation rate would suggest.
Pretty much what the CERC report said it was going to do, though, right?
Yeah, pretty much what CERC said it was going to do. And
Which was a
CERC sort of
comparison.
warned us about these things, and apparently we're still following similar paths. I just like to know what the real risks to us are if, for example, we craft this out and 6 years from now we find that the appetite for senior housing is fallen. I kind of think we had a reassessment here at sort of a peak in housing, and I think we know that for 15 years, 10 years, 15 years, none of our houses were going up the way that they've gone up now. And it may be another 15 years where we have a nice, flat, and that means it's hard to sell a house. That's not, it doesn't get flat because of anything other than there's just no demand. And so I'd like to kind of know, we know what we can do to cater to the risks that other people have who want to invest in our town. But I'd like to know a little bit more about what the risks to our town is when we don't get it right, because apparently we haven't been getting it all that right by following the single family home model of growing our grand list, because we are 90 some odd % single family homes, and it's not really helped our tax base. So I'd like to know more than just maybe the financial risk. I mean, if we do a development over here and we've got the artery like Ansonia Road that it now has a 96 unit apartment house on it, if we know that all those people who are downhill of us on Ansonia Road, the only way they can get out of all those developments out there is to go right onto what is Fountain Street. That there is no southern exit for them. At least if you're in Woodbridge, you can take Dogburn or Racebrook. You can take some other road to get to Route 34 and maybe crowd up that. But I do see a lot of traffic there, and if we're having a development there and we do something wrong, and they're critical points where mistakes that you don't think you're making. I just like to know what our risks really are, because I don't ever see us looking at, wow, what's the downside of this? And I think we ought to probably worry a little bit more about that. And maybe you have had experience with people who chose one really blue sky kind of let's go this way, and then it just.
I mean, I think you're at a point now where you want to do something on this site, which has been sitting for a long time, and whether it's improving your public space or allowing for development to happen. If you do change your zoning, do a zoning overlay, it doesn't mean you're moving forward with anything. It means you're enabling developers to envision what could happen there, and then you are potentially getting proposals which you can accept or not. So I think it kind of lays the groundwork for more sort of a more informed set of possibilities to start to take shape, but it doesn't lock you into doing anything without fully evaluating each proposal that comes to the table.
I feel like we're, no matter what, whether we may not be locked into something, but if we're only making our decision based on, we think it's going to work, and we never know what happens when it doesn't work. I mean, the worst case scenario is not something we talk about very much.
I think I understand your concern. My sense is the entire process, we've been working on this for about a year, the entire process is, I think, speaks specifically to what you're saying. We brought in experts specifically to guide us so as to put us in a position to do things that are, to make a decision that's viable and data-driven, as opposed to what developers have been telling us would be great for us for the number of years that we've done it.
Yep.
So, I mean, we have significantly more data, particularly as of today, in terms of what the potentials are. Yes, can something go wrong? My God, we were ready to do a village district that would have been just change the complexion of our entire business district in 2008, and the floor fell out. You know, what are you going to do about that? Nothing we could have done. No one was predicting that. So yes, there's always a risk. There's always the risk. But it sounds as if you're indicating, how can we be sure? And it's like, we can be sure by collecting as much of the data as possible in terms from people like Cooper Robertson, who this is what they do, so that our decisions are based on actual data, on actual experience, on actual projects that have been done. And is it going to be, in 10 years, is it going to be different than it is today? I would expect so. I would expect so. But, you know, we made decisions on a lot of things, like you said, our school, or, you know. What I'm finding out also is, like, we pay about 2/3 of our budget goes towards schools, so does everybody else's who has a good school system. You know, everyone, that's about the same amount. It's, you know, proportionately.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're out of line in a lot of those areas there. What we have is exactly what you said. We have 90% of our homes are one single-family homes. We have a very small business district as compared to some other communities. So there's a limit in terms of where we are, and that's reflected in our mill rate. And, you know, we haven't changed that. We haven't. If you look at our grand list, or, you know, you look at our, I don't know what the right term is, our tax base, it hasn't changed. You know, in a long time, in a lot of years. It's you know, up a little, down a little, but somewhere within about 1%.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's true, yeah.
So that hasn't changed a lot. That's not going to change a lot. What's happened over the last 10 years is probably what's going to happen over the next 10 years if we don't do something different. If we do the same thing, we can expect the same result, because there's no change. You know, so that's why we engage with these folks, and that's why this project, I think, is so important. That's why the Beecher project is so critical, because everything is indicating our schools are going to continue to grow. We keep talking about kids coming in, the costs. Well, we haven't got any developments right now. We don't have the density that is being proposed and some people are throwing around, but we have to grow our school without it. So, prudent decision, maybe grow it to the point where we can, you know, we're not going to find ourselves having to grow it again in 10 years. You know, so.
Well, we've been told that, you know. 9 years ago, we were told the Beecher was set for 20 years with the bonding that we did.
Exactly.
Right?
That's exactly.
That was
But
9
it
years
is.
ago.
But it
That
is.
was underestimating the risk. They were telling us, absolutely, we do this $13 million bonding, and Beecher is good for 20 years.
But the
And
facility.
that lasted 9 years. That's not good.
Right, but
There should have been a higher evaluation of what the risk was.
I get it.
It
I
was
agree.
inappropriate, and if we do the same thing here, we're not helping with that problem. So I'd like to know a little bit more about what the real downside is, because I don't think I've heard, you know, I'm not convinced that it's going to rest on simply, you know, I don't think there's any economic windfall to be had from selling off or for anything the property of the former country club. I don't see that other towns have gained windfalls when they've done similar kinds of things, selling things off. Hamden recently sold things off, and they're in a much bigger mess this year because of the way they managed the money after they sold it off. And you know, there's just, it does, you know, we keep looking for a free lunch and grants and other things, and I'd like to know, you know, if we can't actually look a little farther ahead and not start to really look at things with rose-colored glasses that 10 years from now, you know, we're doing again what we thought was going to last us for 20.
I thought that is what we were doing though. By engaging with
It
the
doesn't
consultants
sound
for
like
all
it.
of these different projects to really take a comprehensive look, like this is, there's been other studies on this property in the past, but they've all been done by people who have come to us with their own interest. We're getting this data, we've asked for this data. We've asked for this to be provided to us as a comprehensive look at the whole project, and I think it's the same thing we're trying to do with the schools, take a comprehensive look at the property. You know, I think all the work that was done in the past on both of these was good work. You know, but I think we're trying to take the widest view. I think we address problems that needed to be
We're done
addressed.
for 20 years and
Well,
it lasts 9?
But
I think they addressed problems.
It
that
is
were very
lasting.
specific. Yes.
It is lasting fine. We're saying that the needs have changed.
Right.
So
It was
if
all
your
good
question
work.
is, could we predict needs in the future? And I think what I'm hearing you say is, would you like to see an alternative that says we don't sell any property and we don't develop anything?
No, I'd like to know what the risk of doing what we're talking about doing is going to be on the
Right.
on the extreme side. On
Well, who could predict that?
Well, they're trying to give us our annual net fiscal impact,
Who has
and
a
they've
crystal
got
ball to know what
preferred
the global
versus
economy is
alternate.
going to be in 10
well,
years?
we're predicting a certain amount of profit.
In a
Right.
certain time frame, but you're asking
Annual
for
net
what's going to
fiscal
happen beyond
impact.
that time frame.
Yeah, I mean, this,
And I will add, I think we've tried to be very conservative in terms of your initial outlay for the capital improvements. The numbers we have here do not assume any grants for any of the work, the clubhouse demolition, the remediation, the improvements to sewer and water. So all of that is built into the financial models that you have. And those may be costs that are offset, but we didn't want to assume that. With the schools, yes, it is not easy to predict, and we can build in another child per household, or build a threshold that everyone feels comfortable with into the modeling. But I will say we've been very conservative in the overall town expenditure column to try to help mitigate, the potential for mistakes, to look back and say, why did we underestimate that? Why did we think there was grant money, or, right? I mean, we did not make those assumptions. And we're not here to please developers. We just don't want to put a scenario out here that says that the plan includes the potential for development when we haven't created a framework where anyone would actually want to do development there.
Well, I mean, at least we like schools, right? So that maybe we're willing to take risk on that. Nobody likes traffic, so if we put a bunch of
Right.
Well,
Okay, that's fair.
I think the driving will be limited.
I mean,
But David, the preferred plan, I mean, if this is your concern, then the preferred plan is clearly, without the educational costs, because we have, everything is senior housing, then is that more acceptable to you because it's less risk? Certainly less risk.
No, I think senior housing is overrated. Everybody's chasing after it. I don't think.
So your concern is it would sit empty and.
No, I think it may be
Reaching its saturation point?
Well, what would happen? It would still be there and we'd still be collecting taxes on it.
There are a lot of things that can happen. First of
It's
all,
not our problem.
there's no guarantee that senior housing is always enforceable, because that would be age discrimination of some sort. There's also no guarantee that people over 55 don't have children in schools, and there are lots of risks involved in that. And so I think.
But they're smaller than if we did not age restrict.
Right. They're significantly smaller.
So can I ask you?
Now, but then, over 55 housing, what happens when every town has tons of over 55 housing? Do you think all of them are going to be able in the next generation to keep it as over 55 housing, or are we going to suddenly have,
There seems to be enough baby boomers right now to keep it going for a little bit, but I understand your question. That you can't, there are risks
Someday
that
there'll be fewer kids too.
you don't want to overlook. I mean, there's due diligence. And generally speaking, when you do your due diligence, you're trying to check and trying to exact what amount of risk there is in whatever you're taking on. That's what this process has been done.
I would suggest that you think one or two steps ahead, and that this exercise is about identifying the potential uses that you want to build into a zoning overlay, and to receive proposals from the market on and evaluate. Provide yourself, and the only ones that you should exclude are the ones you think will have a negative, outsized negative impact, or I forget how we refer to it in the guiding principles, undue burden on taxpayers. Those are the ones you don't want included, but we would recommend that any of the ones you think you want to entertain, let's keep them in the mix as a permitted use in our recommendations. Further evaluate that in the zoning. Further evaluate it when you put out an RFP and entertain proposals. And ask those tough questions of the developer. What would happen if they're going to retain ownership as a rental property? What are you going to do in 30 years? You know, that's the point 3 years from now that you want to get answers to those questions. But don't take it off the table yet unless you think it has an undue burden, would be our recommendation.
Can I ask a question
That's
about that timeline? So
Yeah.
you're talking a little bit about the implementation roadmap. Can we try to make a little clearer in that roadmap where the public decision points are, where the public input, and then where decision points might be?
Yeah.
And there might be multiple decision points. I mean, if we do have to bond for some
Yeah.
capital cost, that would be a public decision point. It might be in our annual budget, but I think it would help us.
Sorry.
You mean on
actually-
the-
I thought the unit was going crazy.
No, sorry.
Yeah, no, he's looking for that page.
It's Mike.
There you go. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, just so that again, a lot of this is what
Yeah.
we're saying to the public,
Yeah.
because we do need the public to both follow our decision-making, but
Yeah.
also see where their input is gonna come in. They're obviously watching, they may come
Yep.
and give us input at the next meeting, but
But and
Yes.
it's not always the folks who are specifically interested in the country club who we're getting that input from, or at least who I'm getting that input from. It's people who express a concern over taxes, just generally speaking. What can you do about taxes? Well, this is something we can do about taxes.
yeah. So
You
we
know,
haven't
so-
modeled
do about
in,
that.
but we haven't modeled into our capital budget plan, right? We already kind of modeled in what the school project might look like, but we haven't modeled in any of this. And I don't know if it's something we should think about.
We've-
I mean, this is,
We've modeled, I know we have in our budget, for
2030 when
example,
we're done.
We
the
modeled in the
demolition.
demolition
The
and
demolition.
some of the remediation.
Right, that's
3 million, I think we modeled it?
correct,
as to go out to bond.
Correct.
correct.
All right, so that, again, that's the implementation roadmap, if we've already sort of picked when it's
Portion of it.
happening. Right. What do you say if it's happening this coming year, though?
From my perspective, I don't mind going on record and saying that we need to demolish that building. Whether we get a grant or not, we need to demolish that building. Period.
Did you guys see that next year or the year 2-3, the demolition?
I think we have that a little bit more into 2-3. And the reason being appropriation of the funds.
Well, we have it in our
It is in the budget
capital
now.
plan. Well, to go out to bond, not.
Go out to
It's
bond.
not, it's not there.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
haven't raised
It's not
taxes
in our
based on
capital
that.
budget, but it is in our bonding plan, and it's
Yeah.
something that we want to do sooner
I
rather than
think-
later, just because of the condition and the safety
Yeah,
aspects
I think
associated with
I
that.
think it's a safety concern.
Right, so maybe that helps you figure out where the public decision points are.
obviously-
That one's already,
The concepts here help
Yeah.
in terms of what we want to do as far as trying to apply for grants for something like that.
yeah, Mika, you mentioned Dale working on that. Maybe that's a conversation that, I don't know when he would come and talk with us.
Whenever we tell them.
Dale joined some of our meetings, so we're in contact with him.
So you have some Dale information sprinkled in already? Okay.
Yeah, that's where the idea of doing phase 2 and 3 at the same time came from.
Okay. good.
The next round of brownfield grant opportunities, I believe, is in September. And just, full disclosure, most of the brownfield grants are tied to development.
And with us, if this foundation early action year entails the zoning overlay district development, is that enough for a grant to say, oh, they're serious about this, they're going to have some housing? Or?
I don't know.
I couldn't say definitively what step they'd like you to be at, but I'm sure if you have grant writers that you work with, they could.
They'll be very creative.
Well, they may have relationships that they could reach out and try to get some information on that.
For the purposes of allowing you guys to get home at a more reasonable time than usual, and maybe our folks here as well. We'd like to kind of limit it, and we know next is our input. We have about a week to give them input in terms of what we want to hear, but certainly appreciate. I know there's a lot of work that went into this, and I think it gives us a very tangible, concrete, some things to really consider and work on and talk about. So thank you very much.
All right.
And,
Thank you all.
Go from here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for the conversation, or the discussion, and the attention. Next item on the agenda is to approve the cost of living adjustment that's generally given to non-union employees here in town.
Correct.
And Tony, I'll let you explain anything that has to go on that.
We have historically awarded unaffiliated or non-union employees the cost of living adjustment that has been awarded in our union contract. That's 2.5%. Those of you on the board recall we do this each year.
Can you describe to me, like, are those full-time employees?
The full-time and regular part-time. Regular part-time would mean that the employees are employed on a regular basis on a part-time, on a regular schedule, but on a part-time basis. That would mean.
Does not include
Anyone less than 40 hours or less than 36 hours?
Yeah, how do you define full-time?
Full-time is
town?
40 hours.
It is
Or in the
40.
library's case, it's 35 hours. But part-time regular could be the registrars. It's
The deputy
part-time
registrar.
custodians. It's, well, help me out here.
Also
Part-time library staff.
Library.
some of the recreation people.
Some
How
part-time
many,
recreation.
do you know how many people?
The drivers and human services.
The
How many
registrars
people?
only work Wednesdays, there's 2 part-time.
No, I don't need that. I
part-time
don't, just
clerks.
like roughly how many staff are, fall in this class? of
Part-time regular?
employment? No, that are.
Full-time is,
Okay, how many people are you requesting this 2.5% for?
Thank you, Betsy.
And when was the last time they received it?
last July 1. So it's annual.
And it's basically to keep pace with the union increases.
But-
Because if
yeah.
you don't
Yeah.
increase non-union, then you don't have like supervisors and things.
Then what? I mean, they're not union, so
Not yet.
Right.
You don't have to do it.
you don't have to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you
And
could
our
freeze
budget is
staff,
so
or
tight.
You could freeze
I'm
non-union
union
staff.
and I'm not getting increased wages because of how the union negotiations went. It's just a tight time for government. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just, I just want to be
Mostly
informed.
department heads.
I'm sorry?
It's department heads, it's library staff, it's, I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Recreation officer.
Yeah, I don't need, I was just wondering
'Cause there's
to get a
a
better
big portion of the staff
understanding
is either
of the
police,
impact.
which has not been settled yet, or AFSCME, which is already a contract.
Yeah.
So this is for all the other individuals. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
But it is management, right? I mean, all of management.
It's all of
Keeps the
management.
structure.
The assessor, the tax collector, all the department heads, and, the library is another large area.
Well, it's people you want to keep.
Of course,
That's
everyone is so,
management.
important.
Make the motion to approve the cost of living adjustment as proposed.
I'll second.
Additional discussion. Thoughts?
No, I just think, especially as a member of the personnel committee, like I would just like to better understand
Get more detail.
what yeah.
I agree. I think
And,
that's.
but I support this and.
Do you know roughly what the cost of this is?
The 2.5% for.
And this was already
did
built
during the
into our
budget.
budget.
He did during the
Last
budget.
year, we've already predicted this build into our.
Yeah, but it is still like our budget is more than we want it to be.
Right, so the time to think about this is when we're building next
It
year's
is true.
budget?
It is
right?
true,
'Cause we've
absolutely.
Sort of,
We're in the budget.
Right,
Yeah.
that's the time.
wouldn't be good to do it right now.
I don't think it's unreasonable though to ask the dollar amount at the time it's on the agenda.
Yeah, and I think if the personnel committee had a good sense of like what the structure of the workforce is right now, it's like a snapshot in time because it changes all the time.
Sure.
But maybe if we go through that, we'll have a good sense going into next year's budget.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great idea.
There's no question, it's much more costly now than it has been.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, so is life.
It's very existential.
2.5% doesn't cover a fraction of the cost of
Yeah,
living.
but,
you know?
I mean, it's like, if you don't give people, just saying, I can understand how giving people a 3% raise when your cost of living basically is the same as it was last year, that's nice, right? That's good. If the only thing you did was just show up for work and you got a 3% raise just because that was in the contract, but I think it costs a lot more than 3% more to be here this year than it did last year. And everything has gone up.
Yeah.
And it,
So-
During next year's budget process, Tony and I create a full-time employee roster,
Okay.
and it shows who's union, who's not.
Okay.
And what the cost is for each person, and then we have all the part-time information and who those people are, how much that costs.
Yeah, and if we
But-
needed to make adjustments to our workforce, then we could very exactingly figure out where we should do that. But overall, just, I guess tonight we have a motion on the
Yeah.
table.
And there was a second, so.
And if there's an appetite to reconsider this type of thing, I think it's appropriate that it is brought up during the budget process. So,
Okay.
anything else? All in favor? Motion carries. Last item on the agenda relates to the Personnel Committee, and it relates to the police chief and the deputy chief of police, who have taken over the responsibilities of animal control. And I can tell you, it's been Karen and Tony probably even more so than I can, it's been it's been a very positive step as relates to their operation and their safety. And it's an ongoing type of a thing. So I don't know, do either of you want to talk a little bit about that in terms of what we did? But the numbers again, Tony, maybe just go over the.
Yeah, I think we summarized the rest in
Yeah.
the last meeting, right?
Correct, yeah.
We just didn't do the numbers.
We just didn't do the vote last time. I think we talked about it in one of our other
We
meetings.
did, we just never did the vote.
And we neglected to do the vote, so this is basically to do the vote.
Okay.
So for purposes of anybody listening, I believe it was Deputy Chief Ron Smith has taken the lead role, if you will, in terms of, and he has the experience on having worked with animal control in the past. So the recommendation was that he would get $5,000 increase, and the police chief would get $2,500.
Effective as of March 1st.
Effective as of
Correct.
March 1st, correct, because that's when they actually started doing the work.
Mika, is there a path forward for getting updates from either, like how things are going? Like who is?
It would be Ron.
To
Yeah.
you and Tony,
We
to the personnel committee, to.
So we get regular updates
Okay.
from Ron.
Okay.
You said in about 6 months.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder, actually.
6 months hasn't happened
Yeah,
yet.
okay.
Soon.
We can, and we will. We're gonna, with the Frank retiring at this point,
Yeah.
Chief retiring, you know, depending on what happens, we'll see what impact that
Yeah.
has on it. But, yeah, we can, there's no problem with getting updates, and they also update, there's also updates provided to the police commission, who are very much engaged in this as well. One of the thoughts in terms of assisting is just whether or not the police commission wants to start, they have a traffic commission right now, whether they want also to start a public resident type council, if you will, to assist them in terms of what they're doing. That's another
To
consideration.
assist the commission?
To assist.
To assist.
The commission and the police, and the police department with the operations down there.
Was the operation of the police department?
With the operation of
Of the animal control,
Correct.
yeah, okay.
Correct. Like a
So
subcommittee.
more volunteers involved with the animals.
Correct.
I think
And another
there are a lot of
subcommittee.
people in this town that like animals.
Really like animals, correct. It's true. So that's something that's also being considered on their part, primarily for them, so just so everyone here is aware of
I
that.
think that's an opportunity.
So, all right, motion made. Has a motion been made?
No.
No, let's make,
That's what I
Let's
asked.
make that
I move we do whatever it says.
Forgetting again.
So,
I move that we do what the personnel committee said we should do with this.
Exactly.
Second.
Yeah, exactly.
so, any discussion, any other thoughts? All in favor?
Okay, one more,
Motion
guys.
carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Come on. Oh, that's it.
Oh.
Is that it?
Second.
Motion to adjourn, yeah.
Actually, in a second.
Thought they were doing
All right.
something else.
No, we don't want to adjourn.
Nope.
All right, 10:18.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.